Somewhere it's late. Somewhere a light is still on. I like knowing that this story is finding you wherever you are tonight. Drop your city in the comments if you feel like it. And if you'd like more nights like this one, the subscribe button is how you find your way back. Now, let's begin. Somewhere in the dark, when the world has gone quiet, there is something about very old money that catches the mind. Not the money itself, but what it does to people, what it asks of them, what they eventually give up trying to answer. This is the story of the Vanderbilts. You are standing on a dock in the early morning. The air is cold and smells of salt water and rope and something that might be fish or might just be the harbor being itself. A boy is checking his boat. He looks younger than the work he is doing. He doesn't look up when you watch him. He is already calculating something. That boy will one day control more wealth than the entire United States Treasury. His great-great-grandchildren will split appetizers at a university cafeteria. Both of those things are true, and they belong to the same story. In 1973, a group of people with one of the most famous last names in American history gathered at Vanderbilt University in Nashville, Tennessee. They were the descendants of a man whose fortune, adjusted for inflation and measured against the size of the American economy at his death, would place him among the wealthiest human beings who had ever lived. His wealth at its height represented roughly 1 out of every $20 in circulation in the United States. The kind of money that could buy industries, that could reshape cities, that could, if someone had chosen to spend it that way, fund a war. And yet not a single person at that 1973 reunion was a millionaire. Not one. The great-great-grandchildren of Cornelius Vanderbilt were working regular jobs. They were teachers and small business owners and people living quietly ordinary lives. The palaces their ancestors built had become museums or had been demolished. One of their most famous estates, a 70-room summer cottage in Newport, Rhode Island, cost more to heat for a single winter than most people earned in an entire lifetime. The family that had owned the largest private home ever built in the United States was, 3 generations later, splitting the bill. That is not a story about a stock market crash. It is not a story about a single bad investment or an external catastrophe. There was no revolution, no government seizure. The Vanderbilt fortune disappeared because of choices. Choices about how to live, how to spend, and fundamentally how to think about money. They made the quiet, dangerous mistake of believing that wealth was a permanent condition, rather than a temporary situation requiring constant and rather unglamorous attention. They treated their fortune as an infinite resource, a kind of magical fountain that would keep flowing regardless of how many 70-room summer cottages were built, or how many daughters were married off to impoverished European aristocrats with crumbling castles that needed expensive renovations. The irony sits there if you look at it long enough. Cornelius Vanderbilt, the man who built the fortune, thought about money the way a musician thinks about an instrument. Constantly, obsessively, instinctively. He could calculate complex profit margins in his head faster than most people could write them down. He reportedly once said he would personally shovel coal on his own ships if it meant saving money on labor costs. He was, by every account, the kind of person who would fish a penny out of a fountain and then explain to you at length why that was the correct decision. His descendants thought about money too, but they thought about it in terms of how to spend it. They spent it on mansions with their own postal implications. They spent it on parties where the flower arrangements alone cost more than the average American earned in 5 years. They spent it on competing with each other to see who could build the most ornate and expensive palace. They spent it, in the end, as though they were in some quiet competition to be the last one holding nothing. But to understand how the Vanderbilts lost everything, it helps to understand where everything came from. And that story begins not with champagne and railroad cars and Newport summers. It begins considerably further back and considerably more quietly. The year is 1650. The place is somewhere in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, which is not, by any measure, a comfortable place to be. The food is questionable. The quarters are cramped. The possibility of drowning is a fact of daily life rather than a distant abstraction. Among the passengers on this particular crossing is a young man named Jan Ursson. He is Dutch. He is poor. He is traveling to the New World as an indentured servant. Indentured servitude, for those unfamiliar with its particular texture, was a system in which a person agreed to work for someone else for a fixed number of years, in exchange for passage to America and the eventual promise of freedom. It was not slavery, but it was not a good arrangement either. You had no rights worth speaking of. Your employer could treat you largely however they wished. There was no quitting. There was only working until the years ran out, and you were given your freedom and your modest allotment of land, and left to get on with things. Jan Ursson arrived in New Amsterdam, which is what New York City was called when it was still a small Dutch settlement that smelled of fish and salt air, and the particular atmosphere of a place that has not yet decided what it is going to become. He worked his contracted time. He gained his freedom. He got some land on Staten Island, started farming, and set about trying not to die from any of the numerous diseases, accidents, and conflicts that characterized colonial American life in the 17th century. He also changed his name, or had it changed for him. He became Jan Ursson Vanderbilt, meaning Jan Ursson from De Bilt, a town in the Netherlands. Over the following generations, because Americans have always had a complicated relationship with foreign pronunciation, this became Vanderbilt. One of the most famous family names in American history is, in the end, a Dutch town name that got progressively worn smooth by people who couldn't quite be bothered with its original shape. And then, for the next 150 years, nothing in particular happened. I don't mean that as any kind of verdict on those lives. I mean it in the most literal sense. The Vanderbilt family farmed on Staten Island, generation after generation, in perfectly ordinary obscurity. They were not poor in the way that meant starving. They were not rich in any way that mattered. They were the kind of family that exists in every community that neighbors know vaguely that history moves past without recording. They farmed. They had children. Those children farmed. 5 generations of this, roughly 150 years, passed with the Vanderbilt family contributing nothing in particular to the historical record. And there is something quietly worth sitting with in that. 5 generations of people who woke before dawn, who worked until the light failed, who raised children and buried elders and watched seasons turn, and who never once imagined that the name they carried would one day mean anything beyond their own small patch of Staten Island. They were not waiting for history. They were just living, which in colonial and early America, with child mortality as high as it was and diseases as common and life expectancies as short, was its own form of success. The American Revolution came and went. The Constitution was written. The young United States began to find its shape as a nation. Through all of it, the Vanderbilt family kept farming. On May 27, 1794, a child was born to Cornelius Vanderbilt and his wife Phoebe Hand. They named him Cornelius Vanderbilt, which suggests that naming children was not the family's primary creative outlet. This Cornelius, who would later be known as the Commodore, would be the one to finally end the family's 150-year streak of historical invisibility. Though on the morning of his birth, on that Staten Island farm, there was nothing to suggest it. Little Cornelius grew up doing what Vanderbilt children had always done. He worked the farm. He attended school when the farm could spare him, which was not often. He was, by all accounts, more interested in working than in studying, and he dropped out of school at the age of 11. Not exactly the beginning that most people would recognize as the prelude to an empire. But the world young Cornelius was growing up in was changing. New York City, just across the water from Staten Island, was expanding rapidly, transforming from a modest port town into something larger and louder and more ambitious. Commerce was accelerating. The Industrial Revolution was beginning to reshape the economy. And transportation, the unglamorous but essential business of moving goods and people from one place to another, was becoming increasingly profitable. Staten Island was separated from Manhattan by York Harbour. If you wanted to cross it, you took a ferry, hired a private boat, or you didn't cross it. Whoever controlled that movement controlled something real. Cornelius, even as a boy, had a particular kind of mind. He could calculate profit margins in his head while holding a conversation about something else entirely. He could look at a transaction and understand immediately what it was worth and to whom. He had an instinctive grasp of supply and demand, of what people needed and what they were willing to pay for it. And he had, which would prove equally important, absolutely no difficulty doing whatever it took to win. He hated farming, not in the way that teenagers dislike doing chores, but in the deeper way of someone who looks at the life in front of them and simply refuses it. He watched his father and grandfather and the long line of Vanderbilt men before them working the same land for the same modest returns, and he decided, with the quiet certainty of someone who has already made up their mind, that this was not going to be his life. At 16, Cornelius went to his mother with a proposal. He wanted to buy a boat and start a ferry service between Staten Island and Manhattan. The existing services were expensive and unreliable. There was demand. He could meet it. There was just the small matter of having no money at all, being 16, and belonging to a family with nothing to spare. So he made his mother a deal. It was late spring. The family farm had fields that needed plowing and planting. Cornelius told her that if she would lend him $100 to buy a boat, he would plow and plant all 8 acres of the family's roughest fields before his 17th birthday, which was approximately 3 weeks away. 8 acres in 3 weeks, by hand and horse, before the summer of 1810. No machinery. No assistance worth mentioning. Just a 16-year-old boy, a plow, and presumably a horse that had opinions about the arrangement. It was the kind of work that would leave a grown man unable to move by evening. Cornelius proposed to do it as a teenager in 3 weeks for $100. His mother agreed. And he did it. He plowed and planted all 8 acres, finishing just before his birthday. His mother kept her word. She gave him the $100. With that money, Cornelius bought a small 2-masted sailing vessel. He named it the Swifter. Whether the name was aspirational or simply accurate is not recorded, but it was his. At 16 years old, Cornelius Vanderbilt was in business for himself. That first summer in 1810, he worked the ferry route from sunrise to sunset, 7 days a week. He carried passengers. He hauled cargo. He worked in good weather and bad, when he was tired and when he was sick, with the relentlessness of someone who has decided that rest is something that happens to other people. He undercut his competitors on price. He offered better service. He thought about efficiency the way other people think about breathing, constantly and without effort. By the end of that first summer, when the time came to repay the $100 his mother had lent him, Cornelius handed her $1,000. $1,000 in a single summer from a $100 loan. His mother was stunned. His father was impressed. And Cornelius had learned the thing that would define the next 8 decades of his life. He was extraordinarily good at making money. And unlike the 5 generations of Vanderbilts before him, he had absolutely no interest in being content. The same traits that would build the fortune were already visible in that first summer on the water. He worked harder than anyone around him. He thought about profit continuously. He cared nothing for being liked. He cared entirely about winning. He was willing to do things that other people were not willing to do, and he had a competitive instinct that did not distinguish cleanly between business rivals and the people he loved. That last part would matter later. It would matter enormously. But in 1810, all anyone could see was a 16-year-old with a borrowed boat and a particular kind of determination that the Vanderbilt family had never shown before. The $100, and 50 years of quiet farming obscurity were over. From Jan Ursson, the indentured servant who arrived in New Amsterdam with nothing, to Cornelius Vanderbilt, the teenager plowing 8 acres in 3 weeks for a chance at something more, the family had traveled a long distance without going very far at all. And now, suddenly, they were moving. The fortune was not yet built. The palaces were not yet dreamed of. The daughters had not yet been married off to impoverished European aristocrats. The 70-room summer cottage did not yet exist to be too expensive to heat. All of that was still ahead, so was the loss of it. The seeds of what would eventually destroy the fortune were already present in what was building it. The values that would create the wealth were the same values that would, in the hands of later generations, spend it down to nothing. The relentlessness that made Cornelius extraordinary would be inherited as entitlement. The drive to win would become the habit of spending. The empire would be built in 1 lifetime and gone in 3. But none of that was visible yet. In 1810, there was just a boy on the water calculating. There is something about the water at night, particularly in a harbor, that makes you feel small in the way that is almost restful. The darkness goes on past where your eyes can follow, and the sounds of the city lose their edges, and all that remains is the rhythm of the rowing and the cold on your face. It is 1810. You have borrowed $100 from your mother. You are 16 years old, and you have a boat. Then the narrator finds you and brings you the rest. Cornelius Vanderbilt is out there on that water, pulling oars before the city wakes, transporting passengers and cargo across New York Harbour from before dawn until well after dark. He is 16, and he has dropped out of school, and he can barely spell. He writes letters that would give the impression the English language had done something to offend him personally. What he can do, though, is calculate. Complex equations in his head, faster than educated men working with pen and paper beside him. He can look at a business situation and feel the financial dynamics in it the way some people feel a change in the weather. Prices, costs, profit margins, the precise weight of a negotiation. These things live in him somewhere below the level of language. He doesn't need to write them down. And beyond the mathematics, there is something else. He understands systems. He understands how people move through them, where the friction is, who is taking more than their share, and how to position himself accordingly. None of this was taught to him. He simply arrived with it. Whether that is inspiring or convenient probably depends on where you sit, but the fact of it is the fact of it. The War of 1812 gave Cornelius his first real opening. The American military needed reliable transportation around New York Harbor. They needed to move supplies and troops, and they needed someone who would show up and not fail them. They did not care that Cornelius was young. They did not care that he had no formal education. He was reliable and efficient, and those qualities in the middle of a war are worth more than almost anything else. He worked around the clock during those years, rarely sleeping, constantly moving. The harbor was cold and busy, and Cornelius was in it, back and forth, again and again, until the war ended in 1815 and he counted up what he had saved. He had multiple boats now. He had employees. He had a reputation. He was 21 years old, and he was already more successful than any Vanderbilt had been in the preceding 150 years. He was, in his own estimation and in fact, just getting started. In 1813, 2 years before the war ended, Cornelius had married his cousin Sophia Johnson. His first cousin, to be precise, which was legal at the time and rather more common than we might now expect. Family trees of the era, in certain communities, do have a way of resembling circles more than trees. Sophia was, by all accounts, practical and hardworking, which were the qualities best suited to being married to someone who was effectively married to his work. She understood, or came to understand, that his business came first, and second, and third, and that family life existed somewhere further down the list. She did not complain loudly enough for history to record it. What choice did she have, really? Divorce in that era was not a door that stood easily open, and Cornelius was successful and getting more so. There were, it must be said, worse situations to be in, even if the man beside you at the table had the emotional availability of a shipping ledger. By the 1820s, Cornelius had moved beyond ferries. He had entered the steamboat business, which was the transformative technology of the moment. Steamboats did not wait for wind. They did not depend on current or calm. They could travel upstream or downstream in any season at will. They were the future of water transportation, and Cornelius understood this with the same certainty he understood profit margins. There was, however, a complication. A man named Thomas Gibbons held a legal monopoly on steamboat service between New York and New Jersey, granted by the state. Technically and legally, no one else was permitted to operate on those routes. Gibbons needed someone to run his operation, someone tough and competent and not easily rattled. He hired Cornelius Vanderbilt. Cornelius worked for Gibbons for 11 years, from 1818 to 1829. These were, arguably, the most important years of his formation as a businessman. Not because of the routes or the revenue, but because of what Gibbons showed him about how the truly wealthy actually operated. Gibbons taught him that legal monopolies could be challenged, that political connections mattered enormously, that sometimes the path to winning ran not through honest competition, but through legal maneuvering and the careful cultivation of influence in the right places. Cornelius absorbed all of it. He was a quick learner when the subject interested him, and this subject interested him very much. He also learned something about himself during those 11 years. He hated working for other people. He was good at it, certainly. He made Gibbons a fortune. But every day spent generating profit for someone else was a day he was not generating it for himself. This bothered him at a level that had nothing to do with reason. He was not built to be an employee. He was built to be the one who owned things. In 1829, Cornelius left Gibbons's employ. He was 35 years old. He had saved $30,000, which was a substantial sum, not enough to place him among the established wealthy families of the era, but enough to launch something of his own. He bought boats. He hired crews. He started running routes along the Hudson River and in New York Harbour, now competing directly with the very monopolies he had spent 11 years fighting against on Gibbons's behalf. He knew exactly where the vulnerabilities were. He had been studying them from the inside. His strategy, once he was operating independently, was not complicated. He would identify a profitable route being served by an existing company, often one with a monopoly or something close to it. Then he would start his own service on that same route and immediately cut his prices far below what the existing operator was charging. Not a little below, half the price or less. And this was not, it must be said, out of any concern for the traveling public. It was not because Cornelius believed in the virtues of competition or the benefits to the consumer. He was cutting prices to destroy his competitors. He would operate deliberately at a loss, absorbing that loss because he had cash reserves and other profitable routes to draw from, waiting for the other company to exhaust itself trying to match him. The existing operators would eventually face a choice. They could continue the price war until they went bankrupt, or they could pay Cornelius to stop. Most of them paid. They would literally hand money to Cornelius Vanderbilt in exchange for his promise to leave their routes alone. He would take the money, agree to the terms, honor the agreement scrupulously, and then go find another monopoly to threaten. It was, in its structure, a protection arrangement, technically legal, morally rather another matter. This is where newspapers gave him the name that would stay with him for the rest of his life. They called him the Commodore, partly as a wry acknowledgement of his steamboat dominance, partly, perhaps, because everyone was a little afraid of him, and the title gave the fear a respectable shape. The Commodore. It sounds distinguished. Naval. Something with gold braid and a fine hat. It is a little funnier when you remember he earned it through what amounted to very efficiently conducted extortion. But the name stuck, and for the rest of his life, in newspapers and boardrooms and dining rooms, he was the Commodore. What I find quietly interesting is that alongside his ruthlessness, Cornelius kept his word. When he agreed to stay off a route, he stayed off it. His reliability was genuine, and it made him, in a strange way, a predictable kind of threat. You knew exactly what you were dealing with, absolute ruthlessness paired with absolute dependability. It was, as someone once noted, rather like doing business with a very honest shark. By the late 1840s, the Commodore was looking west. The California gold rush of 1849 had created enormous and urgent demand for transportation to the Pacific coast, and Cornelius saw the shape of the opportunity clearly. The fastest route from New York to California at the time involved taking a ship south to Nicaragua, crossing the isthmus by land and river, and then taking another ship north to California. It was faster than the overland route across the continent, which offered the traveler all the pleasures of frontier life, including disease, dangerous terrain, extreme weather, and a range of ways to die that the East Coast had not yet curated. Cornelius personally surveyed the rivers in Nicaragua. He figured out the logistics, built the necessary infrastructure, and began transporting passengers. He undercut the existing Panama routes on price. His route was faster and cheaper. The conditions were not, by any reasonable measure, comfortable. His ships carried passengers well beyond sensible capacity. The food was minimal. The safety standards were whatever could be managed without interfering with profit. Tropical diseases and dangerous rapids were features of the journey rather than exceptions to it. But it was faster and cheaper than the alternatives, and people trying to reach California before the gold ran out were willing to accept quite a lot in exchange for speed. The Nicaragua route made the Commodore considerably wealthier. During the 1850s, while the Nicaragua operation was still running, Cornelius turned his attention to something new: railroads. Trains were spreading across America, connecting cities that had never been easily connected, opening the interior of the continent to commerce. Cornelius looked at railroads the way he had looked at steamboats 30 years earlier, and he saw the same thing. He saw the future. Ships and boats could only go where there was water. Trains could go anywhere you could lay tracks, and you could lay tracks almost anywhere. Whoever controlled the railroads would, in a meaningful sense, control American commerce. He was in his 50s by then, which in the 19th century was not young. Most men of his age and circumstances were beginning to think about slowing down. Cornelius was not most men, and slowing down was not a concept that had ever found purchase in him. He began buying railroad stock. Small lines first, then larger ones, selecting them with an eye for how they might be connected to form longer and more profitable corridors. He had understood something that many railroad operators of the time had not fully grasped. The real money was not in operating a single line. The real money was in controlling entire corridors of movement, so that anyone who needed to move freight or passengers through a region had no practical option but to use your lines. In the 1860s, he made his boldest moves. He acquired the Hudson River Railroad, the New York Central Railroad, the Lake Shore and Michigan Southern Railway, one by one, sometimes through open market purchases, sometimes through financial maneuvers that arrived at the very edge of fraud without quite stepping over it, sometimes through his familiar method of threatening to compete until they sold. By 1867, Cornelius Vanderbilt controlled most of the railroad access to New York City. If you wished to ship freight into or out of America's largest city, you used the Commodore's railroads, or you did not ship freight into or out of America's largest city. He had done it again on a vastly larger scale. Not a legal monopoly this time, nothing with a government seal on it. Just a practical one, built through decades of pressure and acquisition and the willingness to do whatever the situation required. He manipulated stock prices. He spread false information to drive down the value of companies he intended to acquire. He bribed politicians where that was useful. He cut off rail connections to rival companies, quietly strangling their operations. When he had exhausted the available techniques, he developed new ones. There is a story, possibly apocryphal, but entirely consistent with everything else we know about him, concerning a group of investors who believed they had found a way to outmaneuver him. They had been quietly buying up shares in a railroad company the Commodore wanted, planning to use their stake to hold him over a barrel. When Cornelius found out, he did not raise his voice. He did not threaten anyone. He simply bought every available share of the company, driving the price sharply upward, until the other investors were forced to sell at a substantial loss just to limit their exposure. Then, once he had control, he let the price fall back down. The investors lost millions. The Commodore barely broke even. He had paid for the lesson himself, just to make sure it was received. His competitors called him a robber baron, and the description was apt. His methods were designed to take profit from others and transfer it to himself. He did not generally make the economic pie larger. He made sure he held the largest slice. But in the world of 19th century American capitalism, as it was actually constituted, being fair got you nowhere. Being ethical got you nowhere. Being kind to your competitors got you nowhere. What moved you forward was being tougher and more relentless than everyone else in the room. Cornelius Vanderbilt was both of those things, in quantities that made other ruthless men uneasy. By the 1870s, the Commodore was in his 70s and worth roughly $100 million. The entire GDP of the United States in 1877 was approximately $8 billion. Cornelius Vanderbilt personally controlled something close to 1% of everything his country produced. Adjusted forward for economic growth and inflation, that figure would place him somewhere above $200 billion in the world we presently inhabit. He was, by any measure, probably the richest person in America and among the richest in the world. And he did not spend it, not in any meaningful sense. He lived in a relatively modest house in Manhattan. He dressed simply. He ate simply. There were no palaces, no grand collections of art, no jeweled extravagances. His idea of a rewarding afternoon was making a deal. What confused people who observed him was the question of what any of it was for. What was the point of working 70 or 80 hours a week into your 70s if the money simply accumulated, untouched in the dark? The answer, as best as anyone could determine from the outside, was that the money was not the point. The winning was the point. The feeling of being more powerful than everyone else in any given room was the point. Money was the way you kept score, not the prize itself. He was, by his own apparent values, extraordinarily successful. He was also, by almost any other measure, a rather difficult human being to love. Sophia, his wife of decades, spent the bulk of their marriage managing the household, raising their children, and existing, as far as Cornelius was concerned, in the background of his real life. He was not physically cruel, but he was emotionally absent in a way that is its own form of cruelty. He had affairs, and he did not trouble himself to be discreet about them. Everyone knew. Sophia knew. Society knew. And Sophia, like women of her era confronted with the same situation, endured it with whatever dignity she could hold on to, because the alternatives available to her were very limited. The Commodore and Sophia had 13 children together. 9 survived to adulthood, which was not a poor survival rate for the era, given how many children did not reach it. Of those 9, he had particular and demanding expectations, especially for his sons. He had 4 sons who survived childhood: William Henry, Cornelius Jeremiah, George Washington Vanderbilt, and one who died young. What Cornelius wanted from his sons was a version of himself. Tough, relentless, obsessively focused on business, capable of taking what they wanted from the world. What he got was normal human beings, with their own temperaments and struggles and private needs. Cornelius Jeremiah suffered from epilepsy and from psychological difficulties that were, in the 19th century, essentially untreatable. The Commodore's response was to regard him as weak and dismiss him accordingly. No compassion was extended. No effort was made to understand. Just disappointment and the kind of rejection that a father can deliver with a single look across a room. George Washington Vanderbilt, in what must have seemed to his father like a kind of cosmic joke, wanted to be a farmer. After 150 years of Vanderbilts trying to escape the land, here was one who wanted to go back to it. The Commodore could not fathom it. He provided George minimal support, and George lived his life at a quiet distance from the family's drama. William Henry, the oldest surviving son, was the only one who earned anything resembling the Commodore's approval. He was not flashy. He was not charismatic. He was methodical and careful and hardworking and did not draw attention to himself. He managed family business interests competently, if not brilliantly. The Commodore found him boring and unimaginative and considered this an adequate foundation for trust. For Cornelius, it was, genuinely, one of the higher compliments he was capable of giving. In his later years, the Commodore developed an interest in spiritualism, which was a widespread movement in the 19th century, built around seances and mediums and the possibility of communicating with the dead. This might seem strange in a man of such relentlessly practical instincts, but his younger son George Washington had died relatively young, and Cornelius wanted to believe that contact was still possible. He attended seances. He consulted mediums. He paid for spiritual sessions. What is notable, though, is that he approached this the same way he approached everything, as a transaction. He paid mediums for a service and evaluated them on delivery. The ones who seemed convincing received more. The ones who seemed fraudulent were cut off. Even in grief, even reaching toward something as unquantifiable as the spirit of a lost child, he remained fundamentally transactional. It is one of the most human things we know about him, and also somehow one of the loneliest. In 1868, Sophia died. She had been married to Cornelius for 55 years. She had borne him 13 children. She had endured decades of his absence, his affairs, his obsessive focus on work. Less than a year after her death, Cornelius remarried. His new wife was Frank Crawford. She was 30 years his junior. He was in his 70s. The marriage caused considerable talk, even in the Gilded Age, when the wealthy were not generally expected to be bashful about their behavior. Frank was practical and unsentimental, and did not arrive expecting warmth, which was fortunate because warmth was not something Cornelius had in stock. She managed his household efficiently. He provided financial security and social standing. It was, essentially, a business arrangement that wore the formal clothes of a marriage, which was probably the only kind of marriage Cornelius was still capable of forming. By the early 1870s, his health was declining. He had suffered a stroke in 1869 that left him partially paralyzed. He recovered to a degree, but his body was working against him in ways that all the determination in the world could not fully address. For a man who had worked with his hands as a boy, who had rowed a ferry through cold harbor water before dawn, there must have been something quietly terrible about that. He continued working anyway. He continued making deals, managing his railroads, watching his empire. Work was the only grammar he had for living. The question of what would happen to his fortune had become urgent. He had 9 surviving children. He had grandchildren. He had $100 million and a consolidated railroad empire that had taken decades to build. The conventional response would have been to divide it. He rejected that entirely. Dividing the fortune, in his view, would simply undo everything. The power would fragment. The monopolies would dissolve. Within a generation or two, the Vanderbilt name would settle back into the obscurity from which he had spent his entire life extracting it. He did not want that. He wanted the empire to persist, intact. So he made a decision in the Roman imperial tradition, not a distribution but a succession. He would leave almost everything to one person. William Henry Vanderbilt, his oldest surviving son, the one he found boring and adequate and quietly trustworthy. Almost the entirety of one of the largest fortunes in American history passed to a single heir. The others would receive something, but William Henry would receive the empire. It was the last great strategic decision of Cornelius Vanderbilt's life, and it would set in motion everything that came after, for William Henry, for his children, for their children, and for the generation that would one day gather at a university reunion and wonder, quietly and perhaps a little sadly, what had become of everything their ancestor had built. But that is further down the river. For now, it is enough to know that the decision was made, and the weight of it was real, and somewhere in Manhattan, a very old man with a stroke-weakened hand was still, even then, thinking about the numbers. There is something about a man who outlives nearly everyone who knew him young. Cornelius Vanderbilt died on January 4, 1877. He was 82 years old, which was a remarkable span of years for anyone living in the 19th century, let alone someone who had spent that life moving at the pace he moved. He had lived long enough to watch the telegraph stitch the nation together, long enough to see the Civil War open and close like a wound, long enough to watch the railroad transform from a curiosity into the very skeleton of American commerce, long enough to build a fortune that would stand, whatever else you might say about it, as one of the singular business achievements of the industrial age. His funeral was attended by thousands. Business leaders, politicians, society figures. Everyone who was anyone in New York came to pay their respects, or at least to be seen paying their respects. Because honestly, not that many people had actually liked the Commodore. They respected him. They feared him. They admired what he had built. But liked him, that was a different matter entirely. The newspaper obituaries were, to use a careful word, mixed. Some praised his business genius, his role in building American infrastructure. Others were more honest about his methods. The New York Times ran a lengthy piece that amounted to saying he was brilliant at business and rather terrible at being a human being, which was probably the most accurate summary anyone could have offered. So was Cornelius Vanderbilt a genius or a ruthless predator? The answer, of course, is yes. He was both, and that is the thing about him that is hardest to look at directly. He had a genuine intellect for commerce, an ability to see opportunity where others saw confusion, to structure deals, to build monopolies, to take an entire industry, transportation, and reshape it through sheer force of will and strategic thought. That was real. That was not performance or luck. It was something close to extraordinary. But he was also a predator in the truest sense. He destroyed competitors not merely to succeed, but to dominate, because domination was a different thing from success, and it was domination he wanted. He paid his workers as little as possible and concerned himself not at all with their well-being. He manipulated markets. He bribed politicians. He engaged in practices that would be illegal today, and several that were questionable even then. He was emotionally cruel to his family, indifferent to his children, unfaithful to his wife, and generally unpleasant to anyone who did not serve his immediate interests. And here is the thing that makes him difficult to set aside cleanly. His genius and his ruthlessness were not separate. They came from the same place. An absolute, single-minded focus on winning. He could not have been as successful as he was without being as ruthless as he was, and he could not have been as ruthless as he was without surrendering the parts of himself that might have made him a better person. They were the same quality. One thing, two faces. He built an empire. He created one of the great American fortunes. He changed transportation, shaped the development of commerce, and left a mark on history that very few people ever achieve. But he did it at a cost. He sacrificed his relationships, his family, his humanity. He became rich and powerful, but he never became happy. He won every business battle he fought, and he lost the war for a meaningful life. And now, with his death, his fortune was about to pass to his son William Henry. The question being whether William Henry had inherited his father's business genius, or merely his money. Let's go back then. Back to the beginning of what the Commodore built and what he cost the people around him. You are sitting in a small house on Staten Island. The year is somewhere in the early part of the 19th century. The floorboards are plain wood. There is a smell of cooking somewhere, and underneath it, the faint salt air that comes off the water. A man sits near the window, but he is not looking out of it. He is looking at nothing in particular. He is thinking about boats. That man is Cornelius Vanderbilt, and the woman managing everything else in this house. The meals, the children, the quiet machinery of daily life, is Sophia Johnson, his wife. They had married in 1813, when Cornelius was 19 and Sophia was 18. She was his first cousin, which was legal then and not uncommon, though it does suggest something about the limited social geography of Staten Island farming families at the time. Sophia came from a similar background to Cornelius, working class, practical, Dutch descent. She understood she was marrying a young man who was already consumed by the idea of making money. What she probably did not understand was the degree to which that consumption would leave almost nothing for anyone else. Cornelius was gone for weeks or months at a time, running steamboat operations, establishing new routes, negotiating deals. When he was home, he was thinking about business. When he was speaking to Sophia, he was thinking about business. When he was theoretically spending time with his children, he was almost certainly thinking about business. Sophia's role in the marriage was, in practical terms, to manage the household, maintain domestic affairs, and produce heirs. That was the job. She was not a partner in any meaningful sense. She was not consulted on business decisions, not involved in financial planning. She was the person who made sure the house functioned and the children were fed and clothed while Cornelius was somewhere else building something. Between 1814 and 1839, Sophia gave birth to 13 children. 13. It is worth pausing there for a moment, not as a rhetorical gesture, but as a genuine one. 13 pregnancies across 25 years. 13 times enduring pregnancy and childbirth in an era when maternal mortality was terrifyingly common, and medical care consisted largely of hope. 13 times recovering while also nursing an infant, managing the household, raising the older children. And through nearly all of it, Cornelius was elsewhere, building his steamboat empire, returning home often enough to add to the number and then leaving again. 4 of those 13 children died in childhood. 2 daughters in infancy, 2 more young. This was not unusual in the 19th century. Child mortality was so pervasive that families often could not emotionally invest fully in a child until it had survived its first few years. Measles, scarlet fever, whooping cough, diseases we barely think about now, were death sentences for the very young. Each of those losses would have been devastating for Sophia, who was actually there, who actually knew these children as small people. For Cornelius, who was largely absent, it is harder to say. He was too far away, too focused elsewhere, to form the kind of attachment that makes loss feel like loss. The 9 children who survived to adulthood were Phoebe, Ethelinda, Eliza, William Henry, Emily, Sophia, Maria, Francis, and Cornelius Jeremiah. 7 daughters and 2 sons. This bothered the Commodore considerably. Daughters, in his view, were liabilities from a business perspective. They could not be groomed as heirs. They would eventually marry and become someone else's concern. Sons were useful. Daughters were expensive. This was not a private opinion he kept to himself. It was simply how he organized reality. You might think that having 7 daughters would at least have pressed something open in him. Some appreciation for women as people with their own inner lives and their own value. It did not. He viewed his daughters as assets to be managed. Their purpose was to marry well, preferably to men with money or connections, thereby extending the Vanderbilt family's reach. Love and personal happiness were not considerations. Marry someone useful, produce grandchildren, Do not embarrass the family. His approach to parenting as a whole could be described as benign neglect punctuated by criticism. He was not present for his children's daily lives. He did not help with their education, attend their events, or engage with them as they were growing. He was a distant, intimidating figure who would periodically appear, evaluate whether his children were meeting his standards, find them wanting, and then vanish again. Imagine that. Not an absent father in the ordinary sense, but something stranger. A terrifying absence that periodically materializes to tell you that you are disappointing, and then disappears again before you can figure out what you were supposed to do differently. William Henry, the eldest surviving son, bore most of the weight of his father's attention and criticism. The Commodore had expected William Henry to be like him, aggressive, ruthless, brilliant. Instead, William Henry was cautious, methodical, and fairly unspectacular. He worked hard, managed responsibilities competently, and did what was expected of him without flair or evident genius. This drove Cornelius to a particular kind of frustrated contempt. He would say openly that William Henry was dull, unimaginative, lacking in ambition. He called him Billy, and the diminutive was not affectionate. It was meant to diminish. Your own father giving you a belittling nickname, using it consistently, saying it in front of others. That really does set the tone for a life's worth of self-doubt. But here is the twisted shape of it. Even as Cornelius criticized William Henry constantly, he also relied on him. Billy was the one who could be trusted with the details. He would not steal. He would not make reckless decisions. He would not embarrass the family. He was reliable in ways the others were not. So Cornelius insulted him and depended on him simultaneously, which is a particular kind of emotional cruelty that requires some real commitment to being a terrible parent. Cornelius Jeremiah, the younger son, had it worse. He suffered from epilepsy, which in the 19th century was met with a mixture of fear, superstition, and contempt. There was no effective treatment. Seizures simply happened, unpredictably, and nothing could be done. Cornelius Jeremiah also struggled with what was almost certainly depression and anxiety, though the vocabulary for those things did not really exist yet. They were called weakness, or nervousness, or being difficult. The Commodore's response to his younger son's conditions was to behave as though he barely existed. Cornelius Jeremiah was an embarrassment, a flaw in the line, proof of something the Commodore did not want proof of. He was given a minimal allowance. He was excluded from business affairs. He was treated as a shameful thing to be kept at a distance. No support, no compassion, no attempt to understand what his son was living with, only rejection and contempt. Cornelius Jeremiah would die by suicide in 1882, 5 years after his father. He had spent his life gambling compulsively, drinking heavily, struggling to find solid ground, and never receiving anything from his father that resembled help. He had grown up as the rejected son of one of the richest men in America, and the weight of that rejection had never lifted. The daughters were largely ignored unless they did something that touched the family's reputation or finances. Several married into other wealthy families, which the Commodore found satisfactory because it created useful connections. A few married less impressively, which annoyed him, though not enough to prompt him to pay any actual attention to their lives. They were daughters. They were supposed to disappear into marriage and stop requiring anything from him. Now, there were also the affairs. They were numerous and not particularly discreet. The Commodore's most significant relationship outside his marriage was with a woman named Tennessee Claflin, who was roughly 40 years his junior. Tennessee and her sister Victoria Woodhull were two of the more remarkable figures of their era. Spiritualists, advocates for women's rights, and eventually the first women to open a brokerage firm on Wall Street, a venture the Commodore backed financially. Tennessee was charming, unconventional, and entirely unbothered by traditional morality. Their relationship was part romantic, part transactional, and entirely public. The Commodore spent time with Tennessee while Sophia was at home managing the household and the children. He gave her money, helped support her business ventures, and showed her more attention and genuine engagement than he had ever managed with his wife. This was not a discreet affair conducted in shadows. Sophia knew. His children knew. New York society knew. He simply did not care. What was Sophia supposed to do? Divorce was not a realistic option in the mid-19th century. A divorced woman lost her social standing, almost certainly lost access to her children, and lost all financial support. She would have become a social pariah. So she endured it, as women of her class and era endured many things with whatever quiet dignity she could manage. She ran the household. She raised the children. She did not make scenes. She waited. Sophia died in 1868, after 55 years of marriage to a man who had never really loved her or valued her except as a household manager and mother to his heirs. Her last years were spent watching him conduct a very public relationship with a woman less than half his age. She died without ever receiving the appreciation or respect that she had earned simply by holding the family together while he was elsewhere. The Commodore attended her funeral, of course. It would have been bad for his reputation not to. There is no record of expressed grief or remorse. Less than a year later, Cornelius married Frank Crawford, a woman 30 years younger than him. This scandalized even Gilded Age New York, which had a reasonably high tolerance for the behavior of the wealthy. He was in his 70s, recently widowed, and he married a woman younger than most of his children. Frank appears to have understood exactly what she was entering into. She married an extremely wealthy, emotionally unavailable old man who would likely die relatively soon and leave her financially secure. She ran his household efficiently. She did not expect intimacy. She treated the arrangement as the arrangement it was. In a strange way, it was perhaps the most honest relationship Cornelius Vanderbilt ever had, because both people understood from the beginning what it was. There is also a famous story about Cornelius being asked about the legality of one of his business schemes, to which he reportedly replied, "Law, what do I care about law? Ain't I got the power?" The quote may be apocryphal, but it fits him so precisely that the distinction almost doesn't matter. Legal and illegal were not meaningful categories to him. Profitable and unprofitable were. Powerful and powerless were. He manipulated stock prices. He bribed politicians. He violated agreements when it suited him. When he was caught, he paid fines, and the fines were trivial against what the schemes had earned. The penalties were simply a cost of doing business. His workers lived inside this philosophy without knowing its name. The labor conditions on his railroads and steamboats were poor. Workers were paid minimal wages, worked long hours in dangerous conditions, and had no recourse if they were hurt. The Commodore's position was that they were free to find other work if they didn't like it, which was technically true and practically meaningless in an economy where jobs were scarce and workers had no rights. He could have afforded to pay better wages. He could have afforded safer conditions. He chose not to, because it would have reduced his profits, and reducing his profits was not something he was willing to do. His predatory pricing strategy, undercutting competitors until they went bankrupt, did not only affect other wealthy businessmen, it ruined small operators. People who had invested everything they had in a modest steamboat route or a small railroad concern. These were not people who could absorb the loss. They lost their livelihoods. The Commodore destroyed them without particular notice and moved on. Looking at him from a modern vantage, there is something almost clinical about the pattern. The lack of genuine empathy, the inability to form real emotional connections, the consistent treatment of people as objects to be used, the extreme narcissism, the need for control, the complete imperviousness to other people's pain. These are traits that made him extraordinarily effective in business, because business in that era rewarded exactly those qualities. But they made him corrosive in every other part of life. His children absorbed the lessons he taught, which were not things he sat down and explained, but things they learned by watching him. Love is conditional on success. Emotional needs are weakness. Money is the only value that holds. Personal relationships matter less than financial ones. Some of them rebelled against this. Most of them internalized it. All of them were damaged by it. William Henry spent his life trying to earn approval his father was psychologically incapable of giving. He worked himself toward exhaustion. He proved himself competent, then more than competent. It was never quite enough. That is the particular tragedy of children who seek recognition from a parent who cannot give it. They keep trying, because stopping would mean accepting something too painful to accept. There is something quietly devastating about the arithmetic of the Commodore's life. By the time he died, he had achieved nearly everything he had set out to achieve. He was one of the richest men in the world. He controlled vast transportation networks. He had built something that would be remembered in history and was remembered and continues to be. But his marriage had been a sham. His relationship with his children ranged from distant to actively hostile. He had spent every year of his life in business and had never developed much beyond it. No real interests, no friendships of depth, no life outside the accumulation. He died having won everything and arrived at nothing. The tragedy of Cornelius Vanderbilt is not that he was poor or unsuccessful. It is that he was successful in the narrowest possible sense, financially, while failing in almost every other dimension of human existence. He accumulated wealth but not wisdom. He built an empire but not a family. He gained, to use a phrase he would have found sentimental, the whole world, and lost what might have made it worth having. He could have stopped, even by the 1850s, when he was already rich beyond any ordinary measure of the word. He could have spent time with his children and grandchildren, built something quieter and more lasting. He did not want that. The accumulation was the point. The winning was the point. His family was background noise to the real story of his life, which was the building of the transportation empire, and they knew it, and that knowing shaped them. The fortune he spent his life building would be squandered within a few decades of his death, and a significant part of that collapse would trace back to the family dysfunction he had planted. The psychological scars on his children would shape their choices. The values he passed on, money above all, power justifying anything, relationships as transactions, would echo through generations. His grandchildren would grow up inside a family culture that understood wealth as the measure of everything, without having inherited his discipline about maintaining it. And the workers, the small business owners, the competitors he destroyed, Sophia, who endured 55 years of being treated as a domestic convenience, they paid the price for his success. And in the end, perhaps the most honest thing you can say about the price is this: he paid almost none of it himself. The fortune was about to pass to William Henry now, and the question of whether William Henry had inherited his father's genius or merely his money was a question that would begin answering itself very soon. There was a fortune once, the largest private fortune in America, built by a man who never looked back and never looked down. And then there was what happened to it. You are standing in a room somewhere in New York City, the winter of 1877. The air is cold and still, the kind of cold that settles into the walls of even the grandest houses. Someone is about to read a document aloud, and the people sitting around you have been doing arithmetic in their heads since they received the invitation. The gaslight is low. The room smells faintly of wool and wood polish. No one is speaking. The lawyer clears his throat. Cornelius Vanderbilt died in January of 1877, leaving behind $100 million and 9 surviving children who, by most accounts, barely knew him. He left behind a transportation empire and a family that was, in ways that mattered far more than money, broken at its foundation. The fortune he built would disappear within 3 generations. The dysfunction would last considerably longer. There is something worth sitting within that. He built an empire on the ruins of his family relationships, and in doing so, he ensured that both the empire and the family would eventually crumble. His story is often told as an American success story. In some ways, it is. But it is also a story about what happens when you optimize entirely for wealth while ignoring every other dimension of human existence. About the long-term consequences of treating people as resources and relationships as transactions. He proved that you can start with nothing and build everything. He also proved that you can have everything and still find it isn't enough, because what you actually needed was something money was never going to buy. And by the time you understand that, if you ever do, it is far too late to go back and make different choices. The Commodore died having achieved every goal he set for himself. He also died having destroyed his family. That was the price, and his descendants would keep paying it long after he was gone. When the will was read, it must have been one of the stranger moments in American legal history. You are one of 9 surviving children of the richest man in the country. You have been doing the mathematics since you sat down. Perhaps you are hoping for 10 million. Perhaps you are being practical and expecting 5. Perhaps you are simply hoping for enough. The lawyer reads, William Henry Vanderbilt, the eldest son, inherits approximately $95 million. The other 8 children receive a combined total of roughly $5 million divided among them. Some get a few $100,000 each. The Commodore's widow, Frank, receives a trust fund worth around $500,000. That is the whole of it. 95% of one of the largest fortunes ever assembled in America goes to a single person. The rest is, by comparison, scraps. Now, if you are William Henry Vanderbilt, a man everyone called Billy, you might expect to feel triumphant. You have just become one of the richest men in the entire world overnight, without buying a single ticket. The fortune is yours. Your children's children will never want for anything. Except Billy didn't want it. Not really. He had spent his entire life being criticized by his father, being told he lacked the sharpness, the ruthlessness, the vision. He had worked hard managing various family business interests, had proven himself competent if not brilliant, and had received nothing in return that resembled recognition or warmth. And now, at 56 years old, the whole enormous machine was suddenly, irrevocably his. Think about that for a moment. 56 years old. Most men of his class and era in the 1870s were beginning to think about slowing down, about grandchildren, about afternoons that didn't demand anything of them. Billy was instead thrust without warning into managing the largest private fortune in America, with his father's shadow falling over everything he did, with his siblings watching him from the corners of their resentment, with all of society waiting to see whether he was worthy. The other children were furious, and understandably so. Cornelius Jeremiah, the younger son who had been emotionally rejected by his father throughout his life, received a trust fund of $200,000. The daughters received similar amounts. They had grown up in that household, endured the Commodore's emotional absence and contempt, lived through his affairs and his cruelties, and for all of that, they each received roughly 2% of what their brother got. $200,000 in 1877 was still real money, but beside $95 million, it felt like what it was. It felt like a verdict. 2 of the daughters, Mary Alicia and Ethelinda, contested the will. They argued their father had not been of sound mind when he wrote it, that he had been unduly influenced, that the distribution was so extreme as to constitute evidence of incompetence. And perhaps it was about the money, in part. But it was also about something else. About recognition. About their father's final statement to the world about which of his children mattered and which did not. The trial became a scandal. Details emerged publicly about the Commodore's relationship with Tennessee Claflin and her sister Victoria Woodhull. His consultations with spiritualists came to light. His attempts to contact dead family members. His eccentricities in his final years. The Vanderbilt family's private life was spread across newspapers from one end of the country to the other, which was precisely the kind of thing the Commodore had spent his life trying to prevent. He had always been obsessed with control. With privacy, he would not have enjoyed the spectacle. Billy defended the will. Not because he was eager to keep every cent, though he was not offering to give it away either, but because he felt bound by his father's intention. The Commodore had made a deliberate choice. He believed that dividing the fortune would dilute and eventually destroy it. Billy felt obligated to honor that belief, even at the cost of his siblings' goodwill. The court upheld the will. The judge found the Commodore had been of sound mind, that he had the absolute legal right to distribute his property as he chose, and that the inequality of the distribution, however harsh, did not constitute evidence of incompetence. Billy kept his $95 million. His sisters kept their inheritances and what would become a lifetime supply of bitterness. Cornelius Jeremiah kept his trust fund. 5 years later, he would die by suicide, never having escaped the psychological weight of being the rejected son. And so Billy, now officially the richest man in America, had to figure out what to do with that fact. He was, it turns out, genuinely good at business. Not in the way his father had been. He lacked the Commodore's appetite for destruction, his willingness to ruin competitors without a second thought. But Billy was methodical, careful, deeply attentive to detail. He understood the railroad business from the inside, having worked in it for years. He made sound decisions about consolidation, expansion, and management. Over 8 years, from 1877 to 1885, Billy approximately doubled what he had inherited. He took $95 million and turned it into somewhere between 150 and 200 million, depending on which estimate you consult. It was an extraordinary achievement. He had proven that the inheritance was deserved, that the Commodore's judgment had been sound. And Billy absolutely hated every minute of it. The stress of managing that scale of fortune was, by his own account, crushing. The Commodore had thrived on competition. The constant battle of business was, for him, the point. Billy found it exhausting. Labor disputes, railroad accidents, competitors, politicians requiring bribes to look the other way, investors demanding returns, family members appearing with their hands out, society expecting him to be a great man in the mold of his father. The weight was immense and unrelenting. Billy once said that inheriting a large fortune was a great burden. He wasn't speaking in metaphor. He described the fortune as an anchor around his neck that prevented him from living a normal life. From the outside, of course, this sounds absurd. But from inside his particular life, it was entirely real. He could not retire, could not relax, could not stop working, could not escape the constant pressure of maintaining and growing a fortune that had, in a sense, become a living obligation rather than a gift. Part of the problem was that Billy had absorbed his father's values about what wealth required. He believed the fortune was sacred, that it had to be maintained and grown, that allowing it to diminish would be a betrayal of his father's legacy. But unlike his father, Billy took no pleasure in the process. For the Commodore, business was the point and money merely how you kept score. For Billy, money was a responsibility he had not asked for and could not put down. The public pressure was also intensifying. Through the late 1870s and early 1880s, there was growing anger in America about the concentration of wealth and the power of the railroad barons. Labor movements were organizing. Newspapers were writing with increasing sharpness about income inequality and corporate power. The Vanderbilts, being the richest and most visible family in the country, were the obvious target. Billy tried to manage his public image. He was more willing than his father had been to speak with the press, to explain his reasoning, to present himself as a responsible steward rather than a predator. It mostly did not work. The public did not particularly care about his intentions. They cared that he was worth $200 million while men working on his railroad lines brought home wages that barely covered rent. Then came 1882, and the quote that would follow him forever. He was being interviewed by reporters about whether the public interest should factor into decisions about his railroad operations. Billy was tired. He was frustrated. He had been asked versions of this question more times than he could count. And he said, The public be damned, I'm working for my stockholders. In context, the remark was actually making a defensible legal point. Corporations do carry fiduciary duties to their shareholders. From a business and legal standpoint, Billy was not wrong. But the phrasing, the public be damned, was catastrophic. The quote appeared in newspapers across the country. It was used as a symbol of everything people resented about the wealthy elite. It became a rallying cry for labor organizers and populist politicians. Billy disputed it. He claimed misquotation, misrepresentation, missing context. None of it mattered. The public be damned became, permanently, the Vanderbilt family's most famous sentence. The irony is that Billy was, by the standards of his era, one of the more conscientious, wealthy men in America. He paid relatively well. He invested in safety improvements on his railroads. He gave to charitable causes. He was not particularly ruthless or exploitative compared to his peers. But one careless sentence in a moment of exhaustion undid all of that. It didn't matter what he did. What mattered was what people believed he had said. All of this, the management, the public scrutiny, the family resentments, the legacy pressure, was wearing through him physically. By the early 1880s, he had developed high blood pressure, heart problems, the general deterioration that comes from years of unrelenting stress. His doctors told him to slow down. He did not. He felt he could not. His home life, at least, was more stable than his father's, though that is not the highest of bars. Billy had married Maria Louisa Kissam in 1841. She came from a wealthy New York family and understood the particular pressures of that world. Their marriage appears to have been reasonably functional, perhaps even genuinely happy, in a way the Commodore's marriages never quite were. They had 8 children together, all of whom survived to adulthood, which was actually unusual enough in the 19th century to be worth noting. Their names were Cornelius II, Margaret, William Kissam, Emily, Florence, Frederick, Eliza, and George. Billy spent more time with his children than his father ever had with him. Not a great deal of time, he was always working. But more. He tried to prepare his sons for the weight of inheritance, which was at least more than the Commodore had done for him. Whether the preparation actually helped is a question worth considering. The difficulty was that Billy's children were growing up in an entirely different world than he had. Billy had come of age in relative modesty, had learned the texture of work before the fortune reached its full scale. His children were born into mansions. They had servants and European travel and expensive clothing and elaborate social functions from the beginning of consciousness. They were being raised as American aristocracy in a nation that had been founded, in part, on the rejection of the idea. And this created a genuine problem. Billy knew, in the way that people know things from hard experience, that wealth without discipline was dangerous. He'd seen it ruin other families. But how do you teach your children the value of work when they will never need to work? How do you instill consequence when money insulates you from almost all consequences? How do you teach discipline when every want is satisfied before it fully forms? He tried. He insisted his sons work in the family businesses and learn the railroad and finance from the inside. He was less indulgent than he could have been, given what was available to him. But he was fighting against the simple gravity of their situation. They were spectacularly rich. They were being socialized into a class that valued status and display above work and accomplishment. Whatever values Billy tried to plant were growing in soil that did not particularly favor them. By the mid-1880s, the Vanderbilt fortune had reached a scale that was genuinely difficult to hold in the mind. Billy personally controlled approximately 2% of all the money in circulation in the United States. 2% of the entire money supply, concentrated in a single man. And Billy was not happy. He was not fulfilled. He was not enjoying what he had built. He was working so that his children could inherit even more money than he had inherited, so the number could keep growing. Toward what exactly? He had proven himself. He had doubled the fortune. He had shown his father's ghost, if such things carry any weight, that the inheritance had been justified. And he had gained, in return, more stress, more responsibility, more criticism, more sleepless nights turning railroad logistics and stock prices and family grievances over in his mind. In December of 1885, Billy was at home in his mansion at 645th Avenue in New York City. He had been having chest pains and difficulty breathing for some time, but he continued working. There were deals to manage, decisions that couldn't wait. He was in his billiard room playing a game with his son when he suffered a massive stroke. He collapsed. He was carried to his room. He died that same evening. He was 64 years old. That was young, even by 19th century standards for a man of his class. Poor men, laborers, people living in difficult conditions, they died young because they had to. Wealthy men with access to good food and medical care and comfortable surroundings typically lived into their 70s or 80s. Billy died at 64 because he had, in the most literal sense, worked himself to death. The stress and pressure of maintaining the fortune had killed him. The newspapers were respectful. They praised his business acumen, his expansion of the railroad empire, his role in developing American commerce. They were notably gentler than they had been during his lifetime, because speaking ill of the dead was bad form regardless of the quote about the public. The funeral was a major occasion. Business leaders, politicians, and society figures attended from across the country. But here is the thing that stays with me about Billy's death. No one seemed to think it was tragic that he died at 64 from the stress of managing a fortune. No one questioned whether that particular pursuit had been worth the cost of a life. It was simply accepted. That was how things worked. He had doubled the fortune. He had died young in the effort. That was the price of success, and it was treated as entirely normal. Billy's will, when it was read, showed that he had drawn at least one lesson from watching what his father's approach had done to a family. Instead of leaving nearly everything to one heir, he divided his fortune among all 8 of his children. Not perfectly equally. His 2 eldest sons, Cornelius II and William Kissam, received larger shares because they were expected to manage the family businesses. But each of the 8 children inherited somewhere between $10 and $20 million. From the outside, this looks like generosity, like wisdom, like a man choosing his family over a number. And it was those things, but it was also the beginning of something else. The Commodore had left $95 million to one person, believing that concentration was the fortune's only protection. Billy had inherited that concentrated fortune, doubled it, and then divided it among 8 people. No single person now controlled the Vanderbilt wealth. The empire was fragmented. And fragmentation, as any student of dynasties can tell you, is where empires begin their long descent. Each of Billy's 8 children was now independently wealthy. They didn't need to cooperate with one another. They didn't need to align their interests or protect the collective. Each could pursue their own designs, build their own households, fund their own ambitions. And unlike Billy, who had felt the fortune as an obligation, his children felt it as an entitlement. This is the pattern. It repeats throughout history, in wealthy families across every culture and era. The first generation builds. The second generation maintains what was built, feeling the weight of the inheritance. The third generation, which has never known anything but abundance, treats wealth as a permanent condition of existence rather than something that requires constant tending. They spend accordingly. The Commodore built the fortune through ruthless business and the deliberate neglect of nearly everyone who loved him. Billy doubled it while dying under its weight. And now Billy's 8 children, each holding between $10 and $20 million, were about to embark on what would become the most spectacular spending event in American history. They would build palaces. They would throw parties that the newspapers wrote about for weeks afterward. They would compete with each other for social position with an intensity that would have seemed excessive even to their grandfather, who was not a man given to understatement. They would live in a manner that no longer had anything to do with building or maintaining, only with spending. The fortune would never again be higher than it was at the moment, Billy died in December of 1885. Nobody knew that yet, of course. Right now, at the end of 1885, 8 people are reading their father's will and discovering that each of them is worth somewhere between $10 and $20 million. They have their whole lives ahead of them. They have more money than most people could construct a believable fantasy around. What they do not have is the hunger that built it, or the sense of obligation that maintained it. What they have is wealth without the discipline that created it, and status without the struggle that earned it, and the very reasonable assumption that the money will simply always be there. Billy's story carries something quietly difficult inside it. He inherited a fortune he did not want. He worked himself into an early grave maintaining and growing it. He lived under pressure that was, by the account of everyone who knew him, unrelenting. And he died at 64, having spent very little of his life actually enjoying anything that money was supposed to make possible. He once said, in one of his more reflective moments, that he wished he had been born poor. He believed his life would have been happier if he'd had to work toward modest success, rather than being crushed by the responsibility of a vast inheritance. From the outside, this sounds like the complaint of a man who did not know how good he had it. But from inside his particular life, with his particular burdens, it was real. The lesson is not the simple one, the one about money not buying happiness. That is too clean and not quite accurate. The lesson is that money, especially money at this scale, brings its own category of problems. Being rich does not solve all your problems. It gives you a different set of problems. And for Billy, those problems included a crushing sense of obligation, unrelenting public scrutiny, the management of complex operations he took no pleasure in, and a body that gave out before he had time to discover what life on the other side of all that work might have felt like. When Billy died in 1885, the Vanderbilt fortune stood at its peak. $200 million, a family at the absolute height of its wealth and power. It would never be higher. From this moment forward, the trajectory would be downward, slowly at first, then not so slowly. Billy's children would build the great Vanderbilt houses, throw the legendary Vanderbilt parties, make the Vanderbilt name synonymous with a particular kind of American excess. They would live like royalty in a country that had been founded on the idea that royalty was the problem. And they would begin, quietly at first and then with increasing speed, the process of spending through a fortune so large it should, by any reasonable calculation, have lasted forever. But that is a story for another night. For now, set that image aside gently. 8 people, a divided fortune, the end of one chapter and the beginning of something more extravagant and ultimately more tragic than anything that came before it. Which brings us, in a somewhat different direction, to a woman named Alva Smith Vanderbilt. While Billy was working himself to death managing the family's finances, something equally consequential was unfolding in another part of the family's story. One of his daughters-in-law was preparing to wage a war. Not a war with weapons, obviously. This was Gilded Age New York, not medieval Europe, but a social war, which in that time and place carried its own kind of seriousness. Alva Smith Vanderbilt. And she was about to demonstrate that you could, in fact, buy your way into high society if you were willing to spend enough money and had no particular interest in shame. To understand what she was up against, you need to understand the social landscape of 1880s New York, which was, genuinely, a strange thing. America was a democracy, a nation founded explicitly on the rejection of hereditary aristocracy and the principle that all people are created equal. And yet, in practice, wealthy New Yorkers had constructed an elaborate social hierarchy that was every bit as rigid and exclusive as anything the old European courts had managed. The difference was that theirs was based not on bloodline, but on when your family had gotten rich, which is a distinction that made considerable sense to the people inside it, and almost none to anyone looking in. At the top of this hierarchy sat something called Old New York, sometimes called Knickerbocker society. These were families who had been wealthy for several generations, who could trace their American ancestry back to colonial times, who had existed long enough for everyone to have forgotten, or at least agreed to overlook, the fact that their own ancestors had also accumulated their wealth through methods that did not bear close examination. The Astors, the Livingstons, the Schermerhorns. These families considered themselves American aristocracy, and they guarded that status with considerable determination. Then there was new money, which meant, broadly, everyone who had gotten rich during or after the Civil War. The Vanderbilts, the Morgans, the Carnegies, various other industrial families who had accumulated, in many cases, far more actual money than the old families. But money alone was not admission. Old New York considered new money to be vulgar, lacking in refinement, the kind of people who might do anything at a dinner party. You might be richer than the Astors. That did not mean the Astors would invite you to their parties. This distinction, viewed from a sufficient distance, is difficult to take entirely seriously. They were all rich. They all lived in large houses with multiple servants and did not need to work. Whether your grandfather made his money in shipping in 1820 or railroads in 1870 seems, from the outside, like a remarkably thin basis for a social caste system. But to the people inside it, it was everything. Social status was the entire point of wealth. Being accepted by the right families, included in the right occasions, visible in the right circles. What was money for, if not to establish your position relative to other people? The undisputed authority at the center of all of this was a woman named Caroline Schermerhorn Astor, whom everyone called simply Mrs. Astor, as though the title belonged to her alone, and the question of any other Mrs. Astor was simply not worth entertaining. She was married to William Backhouse Astor Jr., who was very rich and largely irrelevant to the social machinery his wife operated. In this world, women controlled social access. Mrs. Astor's power was the power to decide who was acceptable and who was not. If she approved of you, doors opened. If she did not, no amount of money changed anything. Mrs. Astor had an ally in this enterprise, a man named Ward McAllister, who had appointed himself the arbiter of social acceptability, and whom Mrs. Astor had more or less agreed to allow to make those determinations official. Together, they maintained a social world that was exclusive, elaborate, and entirely convinced of its own importance. And it was into this world that Alva Smith Vanderbilt intended to walk. The ballroom that could hold only 400 people, and whether your name appeared on the right list. Ward McAllister, the self-appointed arbiter of New York's social world, was quite serious about this. He'd attached himself to Mrs. Astor, the Mrs. Astor, Caroline, the woman who held more power over New York drawing rooms than most politicians held over legislatures. And together they maintained the invisible architecture of acceptable society through a system of invitations, social calls, and elaborate etiquette rules designed with one purpose: to keep out anyone who didn't belong. McAllister's famous declaration was that there were only about 400 people in New York who mattered socially. He hadn't arrived at this number through philosophy or principle. It was, he explained, the number of people who could comfortably fit in Mrs. Astor's ballroom. There is something almost endearing about that, if you think about it. The upper boundary of American social existence, drawn not by bloodline or accomplishment, but by the square footage of one woman's dancing room. If you were part of the 400, you were somebody. If you weren't, you were nobody. And the Vanderbilts, despite being the richest family in America, were very much not part of the 400. This drove William Kissam Vanderbilt, known to everyone as Willie K., absolutely to distraction. He was one of Billy Vanderbilt's sons. He had inherited millions. He had more money than most of the old Knickerbocker families combined, those ancient Dutch-descended clans who had been the backbone of New York society since long before anyone named Vanderbilt had arrived. And still, they wouldn't have him. Because his grandfather had been in trade. The logic, examined too closely, begins to collapse. Their grandfathers had also been in trade. The difference was simply that their grandfathers had been in trade a longer time ago, which had somehow bleached the vulgarity out of it. A generation or two of distance turned commerce into heritage. The circularity of this reasoning was obvious to anyone who looked, and yet it was how things worked, and everyone pretended otherwise. Willie Kay had married Alva Smith in 1875. He was 26. She was 22. Alva had come from an old Southern family, the kind of family that had once had everything, and then the Civil War had taken it. She'd grown up with the memory of wealth and standing, surrounded by people who remembered what things had been, living in what was called genteel poverty. Genteel poverty is its own particular cruelty. You know the shape of what you're missing. You know the right fork to use at dinner. You just can't afford the dinner. Alva had been raised inside high society's codes without the resources to participate in them. She understood the rituals, the expectations, the unspoken rules. She simply hadn't had money. And then she married Willie K. Vanderbilt, and suddenly she had money. Enormous amounts of it. More than she could have imagined on the quieter mornings of her childhood. And she had a plan. She was going to force New York high society to accept the Vanderbilts. Not through patience. Not through the slow accumulation of respectability over decades, the gradual earning of approval. No, through a frontal assault of wealth and spectacle so overwhelming that ignoring them would become impossible. You are standing on Fifth Avenue. The year is somewhere in the early 1880s, and the street smells of horse and cold stone and the particular dusty sweetness of cut limestone. Workers move around you, hauling things, calling to each other. Something large is rising on the corner at 52nd Street, something with turrets, something with carvings on every surface. You shade your eyes and look up. It doesn't look like New York. It looks like it was shipped here from somewhere along the Loire. That was the point. In 1878, Willie Kay and Alva had purchased a plot of land on Fifth Avenue at 52nd Street, which was at the time considered fairly far uptown. The really fashionable addresses were south of 34th Street. But Alva had a vision, and the vision required space, and space was cheaper further north. She commissioned Richard Morris Hunt, the most prestigious architect in America, to design not simply a house, but a statement. A palace. Something that would announce the Vanderbilts' arrival to high society, whether society wanted them to arrive or not. Hunt designed a French chateau. It was built of limestone, which was more expensive than the brownstone most New York mansions used. It had turrets. It had elaborate carvings. It had ornate details on every surface. In the architectural language of the Gilded Age, it was saying something quite clearly, and what it was saying was, "Look at me. I have money, and I am not remotely subtle about it." Which was entirely the point. Construction took 5 years and cost $3 million. $3 million in 1883, which is somewhere north of $80 million in today's money. For one house. One single-family residence. Inside, it had a 2-story dining room, a library, multiple drawing rooms, a gymnasium, countless bedrooms. The decorative details were so elaborate that artisans had to be brought over from Europe specifically to execute them. The house contained more marble than some European cathedrals. The stained glass windows were commissioned from major artists. The furniture was imported from France. Nothing about it was modest. Nothing about it was understated. Nothing about it met old money's definition of good taste. Which was, again, entirely the point. Old New York society was horrified and fascinated. The proper reaction, by their own standards, was to be appalled. Wealthy people were supposed to be discreet about their wealth, at least publicly. You could have a nice house, of course, but you were not supposed to build a $3 million French chateau that looked as though it had been airlifted from the Loire Valley and dropped onto Fifth Avenue. It was vulgar. It was ostentatious. It was exactly the sort of thing you'd expect from people who didn't understand how things were done. And yet, everyone wanted to see it. The newspapers wrote about it constantly during construction. Society gossip turned the question of its interior into a minor obsession. People who publicly criticized the vulgarity of the thing were privately desperate for an invitation to look inside. Alva had created something that could not be ignored, and that was the mechanism. Attention was the first step. The house was completed in March of 1883. Alva immediately began planning what would come next. She was going to throw a costume ball. Costume balls were not new to Gilded Age society. People loved any occasion to dress in elaborate historical outfits and demonstrate their wealth through the quality of their costumes. But what Alva was planning was on a scale that had never been attempted. She would invite over 1,000 guests. The costumes were to be historically accurate and genuinely elaborate. The decorations would be magnificent. The food would be catered by the finest restaurants in New York. The entertainment would be professional in grade. No expense would be spared. And the invitations themselves, when they went out, were works of art. Receiving one became the most important social marker of the season. If you had been invited, you mattered. If you hadn't, the conclusion was uncomfortable. But Alva's strategy had a sharper edge than spectacle. There was a mechanism built into it, carefully constructed, waiting to spring. Mrs. Astore's daughter, Carrie Astore, was a young woman who very badly wanted to attend the ball. All of her friends were going. It was all anyone talked about. Carrie and her circle had been practicing a special dance routine for weeks, planning to perform it at the ball that evening. But Carrie couldn't go, because her mother, Mrs. Astore, had never formally called on Alva Vanderbilt. Calling was a specific and serious ritual in Gilded Age society. When you moved to a new home or wished to establish a social relationship, you would go in person to the other person's house and leave your calling card. This was not a casual gesture. It was a formal recognition. It said, "I acknowledge that you exist. I acknowledge that you belong to the world in which I move." Mrs. Astore had never left her card at the Vanderbilt residence, which meant that technically, the two families were not on calling terms, which meant that Alva could not invite Carrie Astore to the ball. To do so would be a breach of etiquette. You could not invite someone to your home if their mother had not formally acknowledged your existence. The logic was strict, and Alva understood it perfectly, and she held it like a card she had not yet played. Carrie was heartbroken. Her mother was unmoved. Mrs. Astore was not about to acknowledge the Vanderbilts simply because her daughter wished to attend a party. That would be letting new money win, and the old money did not let new money win. Principles were principles. The party was just a party. Except the party was getting closer, and Carrie was getting more anxious. And her friends were discussing their costumes at every social gathering, and the dance they'd been rehearsing would be performed without her, and she was going to miss all of it because her mother was too proud to leave a card. The social pressure on Mrs. Astore began to mount. Her own friends started, quietly, to question whether excluding the Vanderbilts was worth this particular cost. Society gossips were following the drama with undisguised appetite, and Alva sat in her new mansion on Fifth Avenue, entirely unmoved, holding every card in the deck. A few weeks before the ball, Mrs. Astore broke. She ordered her carriage. She dressed in her finest. She was driven to the Vanderbilt residence, and she left her calling card. It is a small gesture, objectively. A rectangle of printed card left with a servant at the door. But it meant everything. Mrs. Astore, the woman who decided who was and was not acceptable, the center around which all of New York's social gravity organized itself, had formally acknowledged the Vanderbilts. She had gone to them. She had blinked first. The card meant Alva could now invite Carrie Astore to the ball. She did so immediately. The invitation was accepted. And just like that, it was over. If Mrs. Astore acknowledged the Vanderbilts, everyone else had to acknowledge them. The barriers were down. New money had defeated old money through the simple expedient of spending so much money that ignoring them became structurally impossible. The costume ball was held on March 26, 1883. Over 1,200 people attended. The costumes were spectacular. Guests had spent thousands of dollars on their outfits. Willie Kay came dressed as the Duke of Guise, in yellow silk embroidered with silver and gold. Alva came as a Venetian princess, in a dress that reportedly cost several $1,000s and was decorated so heavily with jewels that she could barely move in it, which was fine. Moving wasn't the point. The house itself had been transformed. Every room was elaborately decorated. There were flowers everywhere, thousands of roses, the most expensive flowers available in March in New York, which meant they had been grown in greenhouses specifically for this evening, coaxed into bloom for a single night's display. The dining room was arranged as a complete medieval feast. The ballroom had been made to resemble a European palace. The gymnasium, had been converted into a tropical garden, with palm trees and exotic plants brought in for the occasion. Guests danced. They ate. They moved through the various rooms of the house in a slow procession of wonder. Professional entertainers performed. A full orchestra played throughout the evening. The food was catered by Delmonico's, the most prestigious restaurant in New York, and included lobster and champagne and French pastries and dishes that most of the guests had never encountered before. The ball continued until the early morning hours. The newspapers covered it for days afterward, describing costumes, decorations, and guest lists in exhaustive detail. It became the benchmark against which every future society event would be measured. And Alva Vanderbilt became, more or less overnight, one of the most important social figures in New York. The cost, by contemporary estimates, was somewhere between $60,000 and $75,000 for one evening. In 1883, something approaching $2 million in today's money spent on a single party so that society would have no choice but to open its doors. It had worked. One might reasonably pause here and observe that this is all, objectively, rather shallow. Spending millions on a house and a party to gain access to other rich people's parties. Building a French chateau in Manhattan to prove that you can. Conducting elaborate social warfare over calling cards and invitation lists. And the observation would be entirely correct. It was shallow. It was also, for the people inside it, everything. Social status was the point of wealth, not a side benefit of it. You did not accumulate money in order to retire quietly and contentedly. You accumulated it to compete, to dominate, to demonstrate that you had won. Alva had won. Within a few years, the center of New York society had physically shifted. Fifth Avenue, where the Vanderbilts had built, became the fashionable address. The old Knickerbocker families remained socially significant, but they no longer controlled access. New money families, if they had enough money, and were willing to spend it publicly enough, could buy their way in. The rules had changed, and Alva had changed them. But social acceptance, it turned out, was not the end of Alva's ambitions. It was the beginning. She wanted power. She wanted to be the one making decisions about who was and wasn't acceptable. She wanted to become, in effect, the new Mrs. Astor. And over the following decade, she largely succeeded. She became one of the most influential social figures in New York, hosting parties, arbitrating social questions, setting the season's fashions. She had gone from being excluded to being the one doing the excluding. The mansion on Fifth Avenue became known as the Petty Chateau, and it was constantly in motion, guests arriving, events unfolding, the wheels of Gilded Age society turning through its rooms. Alva threw parties regularly, each attempting to exceed the last in spectacle and expense. She established herself as an arbiter of taste, which contained its own irony, because by old money standards, her taste was terrible, too ostentatious, too elaborate, too obviously expensive. But that was now the standard. Quiet refinement was out. The visible weight of money was in. Other Vanderbilt family members observed Alva's success and began building their own mansions. Cornelius II, Willie Kay's older brother, built an enormous house at 5th Avenue and 57th Street that made the petty chateau look, by comparison, almost restrained. It had over 100 rooms and was even more elaborately decorated. The competition within the family to build the grandest, most expensive, most magnificent residence became almost comic in its intensity. Alva, not to be outdone, began planning a still larger mansion in Newport, Rhode Island, the seaside resort where high society spent its summers. The scale of ambition kept expanding. But beneath the spectacle, something real had happened. Alva had demonstrated that in America, social status was ultimately purchasable. You could buy your way into a world that claimed to be based on birth and breeding, if you had enough money and were willing to deploy it publicly enough. The old Knickerbocker families liked to believe that generations of respectability counted for something no amount of new wealth could replicate. In practice, money trumped everything. This was democracy, American style, everyone equal, but those with more money rather more equal than the rest. The model Alva had established, build a magnificent house, throw lavish parties, spend so publicly that society cannot ignore you, was adopted by other new money families in the years that followed. The Carnegies, the Fricks, the various other families thrown up by the industrial age. They all looked at what Alva had accomplished and understood that they could do it too. The irony is that in winning, Alva had changed the nature of what she'd won. Old New York society had been exclusive and based on family lineage. New York society was still exclusive, but based on how much you were willing to spend. The old families were appalled by this transformation. Most of them adapted anyway, because the alternative was irrelevance. Mrs. Astor herself adapted. She continued her annual balls and maintained her position as a social figure, but she no longer had the power to exclude people purely on the basis of their family background. The Vanderbilts were in, and once they were in, the gates had to remain open for others. Alva's victory came at a cost, though not a financial one. She had invested enormous amounts of time and careful effort into this campaign, years of planning, organizing, maneuvering. She had turned social climbing into something that required the focus and attention of a full-time occupation. The achievement was real. Whether it was meaningful is a different question, and one that apparently did not trouble Alva especially. She had set out to win. She had won. Winning was the point. The 1883 costume ball became legendary. People discussed it for decades. It is written about still, as one of the defining moments of Gilded Age society. The moment when new money definitively broke through the walls old money had built, and wealth became the only criterion for social acceptance that truly mattered. Alva had thrown a party so spectacular that it changed the rules. Not many people can claim to have thrown a party that made history. But Alva's ambitions did not stop there. She had bigger plans. Plans involving her daughter, Consuelo. Plans involving European aristocracy, and a marriage that Consuelo did not want, and that Alva intended to arrange regardless. Because if you could buy your way into American high society with $3 million and a costume ball, the logic suggested that even larger purchases were possible in Europe, with a few million more and a willingness to treat your daughter's future as a negotiating asset. In the mid-1880s, none of that had happened yet. The Vanderbilts were riding high. The petty chateau stood on 5th Avenue as a monument to Alva's campaign, a $3 million declaration that the Vanderbilts had arrived and intended to stay. The fortune that Billy had carefully doubled through years of disciplined management was now entering a new phase, the building phase, the spending phase. And the fortune, large as it was not infinite. No one was thinking about that in 1883. They were too busy marveling at the mansion and recounting the details of the ball and wondering who would build the next great house and throw the next extraordinary party. The Vanderbilt family had conquered American society. They were only just beginning the spectacular, extravagant, ultimately ruinous spending that would define the next generation and, in the end, exhaust everything their grandfather had built. The war for social status was won. The real damage was still ahead. Across the Atlantic, meanwhile, a different kind of accounting was underway. It is the 1890s. America has money, enormous quantities of it, generated by industrial capitalism at a scale the world had not seen before. Europe has titles. Centuries-old aristocratic families with impressive pedigrees, ancient names, and estates that are quietly falling apart. Between these two things, an unofficial market had emerged, American money meeting European nobility in transactions that everyone dressed up as marriages. Here is how it worked. Impoverished European aristocrats would travel to America in search of wealthy heiresses. These men had titles, duke, earl, prince, and ancient family names, and often magnificent estates that required constant and expensive maintenance. What they did not have was money. Most European aristocratic wealth was tied up in agricultural land that was no longer generating the income it once had, and many families had been living beyond their means for generations. The estates were beautiful, the roofs were leaking. American families with new money wanted something money couldn't directly purchase: legitimacy. Having your daughter marry a duke meant she would become a duchess. Your grandchildren would carry titles. Your family would be woven into centuries of European noble lineage. The social elevation was complete and permanent in a way that no amount of costume balls in New York could quite replicate. The daughters positioned at the center of these arrangements generally had very little say in them. This was an era in which wealthy families regarded their daughters' marriages as strategic assets to be managed, not personal decisions to be made by the daughters themselves. Love was a pleasant coincidence if it happened to align with family interests. It was certainly not required. You married who your parents decided you would marry, and if you were fortunate, you would learn over time to tolerate each other. Alva Vanderbilt had a daughter named Consuelo, born in 1877. Consuelo was, by every account, a lovely young woman, intelligent, beautiful, well-educated, and thoughtful. She spoke multiple languages, had traveled extensively, understood art and culture. She had been given every advantage wealth could provide, and she had used them well. What she had not been given was any control over her own future. From early in Consuelo's childhood, Alva had a plan. Consuelo was going to marry into European aristocracy. Not just any aristocrat, Alva wanted a duke, at minimum. She had conquered American society. Having a daughter who was a duchess would be the final proof that the Vanderbilts were not merely rich Americans, but the equals of European nobility. Consuelo's personal feelings about this were entirely beside the point. Consuelo had her own ideas. She had fallen in love with a young man named Winthrop Rutherford. Winthrop came from a respectable American family. He was handsome and charming and genuinely loved Consuelo. They wanted to marry each other. It was, in the manner of novels, a simple and wholehearted love between two people from compatible backgrounds who had found each other and wished to build a life together. Alva was not interested. Winthrop Rutherford was a perfectly acceptable young man who represented everything Alva had already achieved: American wealth and social standing. He could not make Consuelo a duchess. He was, from Alva's perspective, an obstacle dressed up as a person. So Alva did what she determined was necessary. She forbade the relationship. She monitored Consuelo's movements. She intercepted their letters. She made clear that marrying Winthrop was not an option that existed. Consuelo was 18. She was in love for probably the first time, and her mother was approaching that love with the same strategic ruthlessness she had applied to Mrs. Astore's ballroom and the calling card and every other obstacle she had faced. Alva's attitude was essentially, "You will recover, and regardless of whether you do, you are marrying a duke." There is something worth sitting within that, even at this distance. Consuelo was 18 years old, and her feelings were simply not relevant to the calculation being made about her life. Across the Atlantic, at roughly the same time, there was a young man named Charles Spencer Churchill, the 9th Duke of Marlborough. He was only about a year older than Consulo. He had inherited his title young, and the title came with Blenheim Palace. Blenheim had been built by the nation as a gift to the 1st Duke of Marlborough, in recognition of his military victories. It was one of the great houses of England, over 200 rooms set within thousands of acres of parkland, designed by the landscape architect Capability Brown. It was, by any measure, one of the crown jewels of English aristocratic estates. It was also extremely expensive to maintain. The roof leaked. The plumbing was ancient. The heating system was barely functional, which meant that in winter, Blenheim operated essentially as an enormous refrigerator furnished with priceless antiques. The estate required constant and costly repairs, and the income from its agricultural land was not sufficient to provide them. The 9th Duke of Marlborough was, in the technical aristocratic sense, broke. So he did what impoverished aristocrats did in the 1890s. He went to America to find a wife, preferably one with several $1 million in her dowry. Love was optional. The palace was not going to repair itself. Alva heard about the Duke's search and recognized her opportunity immediately. Here was a Duke, one of the most prestigious titles in England, looking for an American heiress. She had an American heiress who, in Alva's view, needed to marry a Duke. The fit was perfect, at least from where Alva was standing. The Duke and Consulo met at a social event in 1894. Consulo was 17. She was still grieving her forbidden relationship with Winthrop Rutherford and was not interested in marrying anyone, let alone a British aristocrat she had just met. The Duke was primarily interested in the financial terms her family could offer. Their first meeting was polite. It was not particularly warm. Neither felt any particular attraction or connection. This was fine. Attraction and connection were not what the arrangement required. Alva and the Duke's representatives began negotiations. The word is correct. Negotiations, structured as you might structure the sale of a property or the merger of two companies. The Duke needed money. The Vanderbilts wanted a title. The terms needed to be established. How large a dowry? What property would be settled on Consulo? What guarantees would be provided? The proposed dowry was staggering. $2.5 million in railroad stock. There is something quietly enormous about the Vanderbilt story. Not the mansions, though those will come, but the smaller things. The girl in the veil. The money flowing out of a family and into other people's palaces. The way that a fortune built by one determined man could be spent, room by room, season by season, on things that left everyone involved a little colder than before. We're in 1895 now, and somewhere in New York City, a young woman is standing still while seamstresses make final adjustments to a white satin dress with a 15-foot train embroidered with pearls and silver thread. The dress weighs enough that she can barely move in it. She will wear it in 3 days. She has been crying for months. Her name is Consulo Vanderbilt. You are standing outside St. Thomas Church in New York. The morning air is cold. The street smells of horses and cut flowers, thousands of them, carried in from greenhouses, orchids and roses and lilies that don't belong to this season or this temperature. People are already gathering. November 6th, 1895. Something important is about to happen here. You don't know yet whether to call it a wedding or a transaction. The narrator takes over now. The door closes softly. Consulo was 19 years old. She was the daughter of Alva Vanderbilt, one of the most socially ambitious women in America, and she was in love with a man named Winthrop. That detail matters. It matters because it is the detail that the newspapers mostly didn't mention, and the one that Consulo could not stop thinking about. The man she was about to marry was Charles Spencer Churchill, the 9th Duke of Marlborough. He was cold, formal, and primarily interested in money. Consulo knew this. She could see her future arranged in front of her the way furniture is arranged in a room you didn't choose. A loveless marriage, a drafty English palace, a life of duty without warmth. The arrangement had been constructed by her mother with the precision of a business contract. The Duke would receive a dowry of $2.5 million, generating annual income of approximately $100,000, which was enough to maintain Blenheim Palace and keep the Duke in the manner to which he had been accustomed. Consuelo, in exchange, would become the Duchess of Marlborough, connected to one of the great families of England. Her children would be English nobility. There was just one difficulty with this plan. Consuelo did not want any part of it. She told her mother, she pleaded, she argued. She tried to make Alva understand that she was miserable. Alva's response was to apply more pressure. Resistance would not be tolerated. This marriage was happening. What followed, according to Consuelo's own memoirs written decades later, was something she described with a steadiness that is almost harder to read than anger would have been. Alva essentially imprisoned her. Consuelo was not permitted to go anywhere unsupervised. Her letters were intercepted. Any attempt to reach Winthrop was blocked. She was kept under constant watch inside her own home, and her jailer was her own mother. And then Alva deployed the final manipulation. She claimed to be gravely ill. She told Consuelo that the stress of her resistance was destroying her health, that her heart could not bear the strain, that if Consuelo continued to refuse, Alva would die, and it would be Consuelo's fault. This was almost certainly not true. Alva was apparently in fine health and would live for decades more. But the threat was effective in the way that certain lies are effective, because they find the exact shape of a person's love and press on it until it gives. Think of what it meant to be 18 years old, already isolated, already watched, and then told that your refusal to marry a man you don't love is what is killing your mother. That is not a choice. That is the appearance of a choice with all the real options removed. Consuelo, worn down by months of isolation and emotional manipulation, agreed to the marriage. She wrote later that she felt she had no choice. She was trapped between her own desires and her mother's demands, with no allies, no support, and no way out. And so she agreed to marry a man she didn't love, to move to a country she didn't particularly want to live in, to give up any hope of personal happiness in exchange for a title. The wedding was set for November 6, 1895, at St. Thomas Church in New York. It was to be one of the social events of the decade. The preparations were elaborate in the way that only Vanderbilt family events could be. Consuelo's dress was made by the most prestigious dressmaker in New York, white satin with that 15-foot train embroidered with pearls and silver thread. It reportedly cost thousands of dollars. It was so heavy and elaborate that she could barely move in it, which, when you consider what the day represented, seems less like a detail and more like an image. The church was filled with thousands of flowers, all out of season and therefore absurdly expensive. Roses, orchids, lilies, exotic blooms cultivated in greenhouses specifically for this occasion. The guest list included everyone who mattered in New York society, along with various British aristocrats who had made the journey across the Atlantic. The press coverage was extensive. Every detail was documented: the dress, the decorations, the guests. On the morning of the wedding, Consuelo spent hours crying. She wrote later that she cried throughout the ceremony as well, though she tried to hide it behind her veil. The newspapers reported that the bride looked beautiful but solemn. They were being generous. She was 19, marrying a man she didn't love because her mother had arranged it, surrendering any chance of marrying the man she actually loved, looking forward to a life in a foreign country as an aristocrat's wife, and as she understood it, a producer of heirs for a family that wasn't hers. The Duke looked appropriately aristocratic and formal. He was not particularly happy either. He was marrying for money, which is not a recipe for personal fulfillment, but he was getting what he needed. The $2.5 million dowry would save Blenheim Palace. He was getting a beautiful young wife who came with an enormous fortune. From his perspective, this was a successful transaction. After the ceremony, there was an elaborate reception at the Vanderbilt mansion. More flowers, more food, more champagne, more spectacle. Alva was triumphant. She had done it. Her daughter was the Duchess of Marlborough. The Vanderbilts were connected to British aristocracy. She had achieved the ultimate social victory. That Consuelo was miserable was, from Alva's perspective, a temporary condition. Consuelo would adjust. Everyone adjusted. That was what duty meant. The honeymoon went about as well as you might expect when two people who barely know each other are bound together, and at least one of them is deeply unhappy about the arrangement. They were polite. They were formal. They maintained the appearance of a proper aristocratic couple, but there was no warmth, no genuine connection. They were strangers bound together by a legal contract and family obligation. After the honeymoon, they went to England, to Blenheim Palace. Consuelo got her first real look at her new home, and she must have had some serious second thoughts. Yes, it was magnificent. Yes, it was historically important. Yes, it was one of the great houses of England. It was also enormous, drafty, and uncomfortable. It felt more like a museum than a house. The heating was inadequate, so in winter you stayed close to a fireplace or you were cold. The plumbing was ancient. The sheer scale of the place required an army of servants just to maintain basic functions. But this was Consuelo's life now. She was the Duchess of Marlborough, mistress of Blenheim Palace, and her duties were clear. She was to produce heirs, manage the household, perform social obligations, and generally be an ornament to the Duke's position. Personal happiness was not part of the job description. Over the next few years, she fulfilled those duties. She had 2 sons, securing the succession of the Spencer-Churchill line. She managed the palace as best she could. She maintained the appearance of a proper aristocratic marriage. But she was profoundly unhappy, living in a foreign country, trapped in a loveless marriage, cut off from the life she had imagined for herself. The Duke, for his part, used the Vanderbilt money as it had been intended. The roof of Blenheim Palace was repaired. The plumbing was modernized. The palace was restored to something resembling its former glory, all of it funded by Consuelo's dowry. The $2.5 million was doing exactly what it was supposed to do. That this came at the cost of a young woman's happiness was, in Gilded Age aristocratic circles, simply the price of doing business. Back in America, Alva was basking in what she considered her greatest achievement. Her daughter was a duchess. The Vanderbilts were connected to British nobility. She had succeeded. The fact that she had emotionally manipulated and effectively sold her daughter to accomplish this apparently didn't trouble her. She had set a goal and she had reached it, and success was what mattered. The marriage between Consuelo and the Duke would eventually end in divorce after approximately 20 years. Divorce was still quite rare in aristocratic circles, and the ending of this marriage would be scandalous in its own right. But that was decades away. In 1895, Consuelo was newly married, newly titled, newly miserable, and newly aware that her entire life had been decided by other people without any consideration of what she wanted. Consuelo's story was not unique. Throughout the Gilded Age, dozens of American heiresses were married off to European aristocrats in similar arrangements. It became so common that newspapers began calling them dollar princesses, American women whose primary value was the wealth they brought to impoverished European noble families. It was a trade, money for titles, with the women themselves as the medium of exchange. Some of these marriages worked out reasonably well. Some couples developed genuine affection for each other over time. Some of the American heiresses adapted to European aristocratic life and found it genuinely fulfilling. But many did not. Many of these women spent their lives trapped in loveless marriages, in foreign countries, supporting men who had married them for their fortunes, producing heirs and fulfilling duties while experiencing no real happiness or fulfillment of their own. The whole system was built on the idea that women, particularly wealthy women, were assets to be managed by their families. Parents decided who their daughters married based on what was best for the family, not what was best for the daughter. Love was irrelevant. Personal happiness was irrelevant. What mattered was social position, family connections, and the improvement of the family's standing. Alva Vanderbilt took this system to its logical conclusion. She didn't just arrange a strategic marriage. She emotionally manipulated her daughter, isolated her, lied to her about a fatal illness, and forced her into a union she clearly did not want. And then she celebrated it. She accepted congratulations for making such a brilliant match. She stood at that elaborate reception surrounded by flowers and champagne and considered herself triumphant. And perhaps the most quietly disturbing thing about all of it is that, by the standards of her time and social class, she was right. The wedding was celebrated as a great social event. The marriage was considered a success because it achieved its social and financial goals. That Consuelo was miserable was barely mentioned, and certainly not considered important. The $2.5 million dowry that Consuelo brought to the marriage was, in today's terms adjusted for inflation and economic growth, worth something in the range of $70 to $80 million. That is what Alva spent to make her daughter a duchess. That is the value she assigned to Consuelo's life and happiness. But here is the thing about that money. It came from the Vanderbilt fortune, the one the Commodore had built and Billy had doubled. It was part of the fortune that was supposed to last forever, to support generations of Vanderbilts. And it was being spent on a dowry, on maintaining a British palace, on purchasing a title. It was not being invested or saved or used to generate more wealth. It was being consumed to buy social status. And this was happening across the whole family, simultaneously. Multiple daughters and granddaughters were being married off to European aristocrats, each with enormous dowries. The money was flowing outward, away from the family, into European estates and old titles. Meanwhile, the Vanderbilt men were building palaces of their own, throwing lavish parties, competing with each other over who could spend the most money in the most visible way. The fortune was being consumed from multiple directions at once. Nobody was thinking about that in 1895. The wedding was a success. Consuelo was a duchess. Alva had achieved her goal. The Vanderbilts had reached what looked like the pinnacle of social achievement, American wealth combined with European titles. The losses were not yet visible. What they had lost in the process, Consuelo's happiness, any real sense of family loyalty, the moral foundation that might have held them together over time, those were not the kinds of losses that appear in newspaper accounts of spectacular weddings. But they accumulate. Every family sacrifice made in pursuit of status, every relationship subordinated to social climbing, every person treated as a means to an end rather than as valuable in themselves. It all accumulated, quietly, creating a family culture that could not sustain itself. Years later, after her divorce, after she had finally escaped the unhappy marriage and built a life on her own terms, Consuelo wrote about her experience. She was remarkably measured in how she described it, not particularly bitter, more sad and reflective. She understood that her mother had been a product of her time and social class, that arranged marriages were normal in that world, that what had happened to her had happened to countless other women. But she also made it clear that it had been wrong. That forcing her to marry someone she didn't love, emotionally manipulating her, lying to her, effectively selling her to a duke for social status, that had been wrong. That she had spent years of her life trapped in an unhappy marriage, living in a foreign country, doing her duty while being profoundly miserable. That had been a waste of the life she could have had. The tragedy of Consuelo isn't only that she was forced into an unhappy marriage. It's that her story was considered normal, even admirable, by the standards of her time. Alva was praised for making such a brilliant match. The wedding was celebrated. The marriage was considered a success. That Consuelo was miserable was barely mentioned. This is what happens when you treat people as assets rather than as human beings with their own desires and their own agency. The Commodore had been emotionally absent and cruel to his family while building his fortune. Billy had worked himself to death under the weight of maintaining it. Alva had forced her daughter into a loveless marriage to purchase a connection to European nobility. Each generation found new ways to sacrifice human relationships and personal happiness in pursuit of wealth and status. And each generation damaged the family a little more, making it harder to sustain the fortune, easier to lose everything. But that loss was still decades away. Right now, in 1895, Consuelo was at Blenheim Palace, fulfilling her duties and searching for some way to endure a life she had never chosen. The Vanderbilt family was at the height of its power, having proved that American money could purchase almost anything, even the oldest and most exclusive social structures in Europe. The question that lingers, and I find myself returning to it, is what any of it was actually worth. What does it mean to win every social competition and lose the people in the process? Consuelo would spend years working out her own answer to that question, and her answer would not be the one her mother wanted to hear. Somewhere else entirely, another part of the family was asking a different version of the same question, and spending an extraordinary amount of money asking it. George Washington Vanderbilt II was the youngest of Billy's children, born in 1862. He was different from his siblings in ways that are immediately visible in the historical record. While his brothers focused on business and his sisters on social maneuvering, George was primarily interested in art, literature, and architecture. He loved books. He collected them obsessively. And he actually read them, which was, among wealthy Gilded Age men who mostly acquired libraries as status symbols, genuinely unusual. George inherited approximately $10 million when his father died in 1885. That sounds like less than his siblings received, but $10 million in 1885 money is worth somewhere between $200 and $300 million today, depending on how you calculate it. It was an enormous fortune. Most people could live comfortably on a fraction of it for the rest of their lives. George decided to spend a significant portion of it building a house. Not just any house. The largest private residence in America. A palace so overwhelming that it would make European aristocrats envious and his own family members, who were already building absurdly large houses, look modest by comparison. In 1888, George visited Asheville, North Carolina, which at the time was a small mountain town known for its pleasant climate and scenic views. The mountains reminded him of Europe. The air was clean, and there was plenty of land available at prices that made it possible to buy a great deal of it. He started buying property, and then more property, and more. Eventually, he accumulated approximately 125,000 acres. That is roughly 195 square miles. He bought an area larger than many small countries so that he could build a house on it. He hired Richard Morris Hunt, the same architect who had designed Alva's petty chateau, and told him he wanted something modeled after the French chateaux of the Loire Valley, the magnificent Renaissance palaces that French nobility had built in the 16th century. He wanted it grand, impressive, and suitable for his art collection and his library. What Hunt designed was extraordinary in its excess. The house would have 250 rooms, not 250 square feet, 250 rooms. It would cover 4 acres of floor space. It would have 35 bedrooms, 43 bathrooms, 65 fireplaces, and 3 kitchens. The banquet hall would be 72 feet long with a 70-foot ceiling. The library would hold 10,000 books. There would be an indoor swimming pool, a bowling alley, a gymnasium. The house would have electricity, still fairly new technology at the time, and central heating, which was even more impressive given what was possible in the 1880s. The basement alone was an engineering undertaking. It contained the mechanical systems, kitchens, storage rooms, and various service areas. It was so large that it had its own hallways and rooms, and was essentially a separate structure beneath the main house. Staff could move through the entire basement level without ever being seen by the family or their guests, which mattered in the Gilded Age, when wealthy people preferred not to be reminded that their way of life required an army of other people to maintain. Construction began in 1889 and took 6 years to complete. During those 6 years, the project employed thousands of workers. They had to build not just the house, but everything necessary to support building it: roads, a railway to transport materials, a brick factory on the property, a woodworking factory. Craftsmen were brought in from Europe for the specialized work. The limestone was quarried on the property itself. The oak and walnut woodwork was carved by master craftsmen. Every detail was custom-made, expensive, and built to a standard that had no regard for cost. The total construction cost was approximately $6 million, more than half of George's entire inheritance, spent on a single building. $6 million in 1890s money, adjusted for inflation and economic growth, is somewhere between $150 and $200 million today. For one house. A house George planned to live in part of the time, because wealthy people in the Gilded Age maintained multiple residences in different locations for different seasons. The house was called Biltmore, and George moved into it in 1895. Unlike some members of his family who built enormous houses primarily for show, George genuinely loved living there. He spent time in his library reading his books. He walked the grounds. He managed the forests and implemented progressive forestry practices. He opened a dairy and agricultural operations on the estate. He seemed to view Biltmore as a home, even if it was a home with 250 rooms and an annual operating budget that could have sustained a small city. At its peak, Biltmore Estate employed approximately 400 people: gardeners, housekeepers, cooks, maintenance workers, stable hands, foresters, craftsmen. The estate was essentially a small village whose entire reason for existing was the upkeep of one man's house and grounds. The annual operating costs were enormous. Estimates vary, but maintaining the place was probably costing at least the equivalent of $2 million a year in today's money, and that assumed nothing major broke, which it constantly did, because this was a massive building with complex systems built with 1890s technology. The income from the farming and forestry operations didn't come close to covering the costs. George was spending his inheritance to maintain something beautiful, impressive, and financially unsustainable. It was, as someone once observed about owning a yacht, the purchase price that gets your attention, but the maintenance that quietly ruins you. Except this particular yacht was made of limestone and couldn't be sailed somewhere cheaper. George married Edith Stuyvesant Dresser in 1898. Edith came from a respectable old New York family with social connections, though not enormous wealth. She appears to have been a practical woman who recognized fairly quickly that Biltmore, while magnificent, was a money pit. But George loved it, and George's money was paying for it. So she adapted to life in a 250-room palace in the mountains of North Carolina, with an army of servants and constant maintenance crises. They had one daughter, Cornelia, born in 1900. Cornelia grew up at Biltmore. What that childhood must have been like is genuinely difficult to imagine. A house with 250 rooms. You could spend days without crossing paths with your own parents, simply by wandering into a different wing. Hide and seek would be less a game and more an expedition requiring navigation and some patience. While George was building his mountain palace in North Carolina, his brother Cornelius II was engaged in his own project in Newport, Rhode Island. Newport was where wealthy New Yorkers spent their summers. Spending the summer meant packing up the entire household staff and relocating to your summer house for 8 to 12 weeks, because living in your New York mansion during the heat of summer was considered too uncomfortable. The solution was to maintain a second mansion in a place with ocean breezes. Cornelius II already owned a summer house in Newport called the Breakers, named for the ocean waves that broke against the rocks below the property. It was a perfectly reasonable house by ordinary standards. In 1892, it burned down. Rather than rebuild something similar, Cornelius decided this was an opportunity to build something more substantial. He hired Richard Morris Hunt, who at this point had something approaching a monopoly on designing enormous Vanderbilt houses, and told Hunt he wanted an Italian Renaissance palace. Something fireproof this time, something impressive enough to confirm the Vanderbilt position at the top of Newport society. Hunt, having recently completed the designs for Biltmore, and clearly in the habit of enormous projects, produced a 70-room Italian palazzo with a construction cost of approximately $7 million. The new breakers was completed in 1895. It was built of limestone and steel, making it essentially fireproof, which resolved the immediate concern. It had 70 rooms spread across 5 floors. The Great Hall rose 50 feet high. The dining room could seat 34 people at a single table and was decorated with 2 enormous crystal chandeliers and painted ceilings. The morning room was decorated. Some ceilings are decorated with gold leaf. That is the thing most people know about Gilded Age wealth. But here, in the great house Cornelius Vanderbilt II built at Newport, the ceilings were finished in platinum. Not gold. Platinum. Because gold, apparently, had become too common a thing. There is something in that detail that stops you, if you let it. Not outrage, exactly. More like a slow, quiet wonder at the distance between one world and another. The bathrooms at the breakers had hot and cold running freshwater, and hot and cold running seawater. Both. At all times. Because Cornelius could not quite decide whether he preferred to bathe in one or the other, and so the solution he arrived at was to have both options available whenever he wished. The plumbing required to make this possible was an engineering achievement in its own right, and it almost certainly cost more than most people's entire homes. And yet the breakers was called a cottage. That is what the Newport mansions were called, all of them, by the families who owned them. Cottages. As in, we're spending the summer at our cottage. The cottage with 70 rooms. The cottage that cost $7 million to build. The cottage that required a full-time staff of dozens to maintain even when the family was not there, and which the family used for perhaps 8 to 12 weeks each year before closing it up and returning to their mansion in New York. You are standing outside the breakers on a late September morning. The summer people have left. The air has turned cool and salt-sharp off the water. Inside, somewhere, a servant is moving through a room that will not be opened again until June. There is no sound except the sea. This is the cottage. This is what 8 weeks a year looks like when you have $7 million to spend on it. Cornelius II and his wife Alice would arrive from New York each summer with their children, their personal servants, and what amounted to a traveling household assembled and transported for the season. They would spend those weeks attending parties, hosting parties, going to the beach, playing tennis, sailing. Then, as the summer ended, they would pack everything and everyone and return to their New York mansion, and the breakers would sit, largely empty, for the remaining 9 months. The cost of keeping the house ready for them was staggering. Even unoccupied, it had to be heated through winter, or the pipes would freeze and the damage would be catastrophic. The grounds required constant maintenance. The staff required year-round salaries. The annual operating costs ran, in today's terms, to perhaps $1 million or $2 million, for a house that was in active use for 2 months. It was something like buying a hotel, living in it for 8 weeks, and then paying to keep it warm and staffed for the 10 months you were somewhere else, simply so it would be ready when you came back. But this was not unusual in Newport. All the wealthy families were building. The Astors had Beechwood. The Belmonts had Belcourt Castle. The Berwins had the Elms. Newport had become a sustained competition to see who could build the most elaborate summer house, and the Vanderbilts, with the breakers, had essentially won that competition. Though winning, in this case, meant spending $7 million on a house you used for 8 weeks a year. The definition of winning, one might gently suggest, required some revision. The staffing requirements alone were extraordinary. Biltmore, with its 250 rooms, needed what amounted to an army. Housekeepers to clean the rooms, cooks to prepare the meals, servants to serve them, footmen to attend the family, ladies' maids to help the women dress, valets to help the men dress, stable hands for the horses, gardeners for the grounds, maintenance workers for the endless repairs, managers to coordinate all of these people. The breakers, smaller, still required dozens. And those staff members had to be there year-round, whether the family was in residence or not. Someone had to keep the house from deteriorating through the off-season. Cornelius was paying full-year salaries for work that was truly urgent for only 8 weeks of it. The social events, when the family was present, were legendary. A formal dinner for 30 guests might require days of preparation from the kitchen staff, hours of table setting and decoration, and a full team of servants to serve the meal in the precise, elaborate style that Gilded Age etiquette demanded. It was performance as much as nourishment. Every element arranged, every detail observed. And that is the thing worth sitting with for a moment. These houses, magnificent as they were not really homes in any meaningful sense. They were stages, platforms for the performance of wealth. The Vanderbilts did not need 250 rooms or 70 rooms. Nobody needs that many rooms. What they needed was a way to demonstrate their position. And in Gilded Age America, you did that by building the largest and most expensive structure your fortune could support. George Vanderbilt could have built a comfortable house with 20 or 30 rooms for a fraction of Biltmore's cost. He still would have had room for his library, his art collection, every amenity he could want. But 30 rooms would not have made a statement. It would not have been the largest private residence in the country. It would not have proven, to everyone watching, that the Vanderbilts stood at the absolute pinnacle of American wealth. Cornelius II could have built a perfectly comfortable summer house in Newport for perhaps $1 million rather than 7. It would have been more than adequate for the 8 weeks he spent there each year. But it would not have been the breakers. It would not have secured his position in Newport society. It would not have outdone all the other families and all their cottages. The houses were traps. They trapped their owners into enormous ongoing expenses. Once you had built a 250-room palace, you could not simply decide to stop maintaining it without watching your enormous investment quietly collapse around you. The houses consumed wealth the way a fire consumes wood. Constantly, indifferently, requiring only that you keep feeding them. They also trapped their owners into a way of living. Once you had built the breakers, you were expected to use it, to host events there, to maintain your standing in Newport society. You had invested $7 million in a summer house, and so you would use it, season after season, long past the point where the pleasure justified the expense. The house owned you, in a very real sense, as much as you owned it. And they trapped the generations that came after. What do you do with a 250-room palace when you inherit it? You cannot easily sell it. The market for houses with millions in annual operating costs is not a wide one. You cannot afford to maintain it unless you are independently wealthy, and even then the drain is constant and significant. You cannot simply abandon it, because it is the family monument, the physical proof of Vanderbilt achievement. So you are left holding it, spending money to preserve something you did not build and probably do not need, while the money goes out and nothing comes back in. George Vanderbilt died in 1914. He was 51 years old. He had spent the last 25 years of his life managing Biltmore, which he genuinely loved, but which had consumed a very large portion of his fortune in the consuming. His widow, Edith, was left with a vast estate that required constant expensive maintenance and generated no significant income. She eventually had to sell off much of the surrounding land and open the house to paying tourists simply to raise enough money to keep it standing. The private palace became a tourist attraction because there was no other way to afford it. Cornelius II died younger still. He was 55 in 1899, possibly worn down by the accumulated stress of managing his business interests alongside the enormous expenses of maintaining multiple mansions simultaneously. His widow Alice kept the breakers for a time, but the financial weight of it was immense. Eventually, after Alice's death, the house was sold to the Preservation Society of Newport County for a nominal sum, because the family could not afford to maintain it and could find no one willing to purchase a 70-room mansion with million-dollar annual operating costs. Both houses still stand. Biltmore remains in the hands of George Vanderbilt's descendants and operates as a tourist attraction and hotel, drawing more than 1 million visitors a year to North Carolina. The admission fees and commercial revenues help cover the maintenance costs, though the operation requires careful and constant management simply to keep the roof from leaking. It is still magnificent. It is still impressive, but it is no longer a private home. It is a business. The Breakers is a museum, maintained by the Preservation Society, open to the public for tour. Visitors walk through the rooms, marvel at the platinum leaf and the ocean water plumbing, take photographs, and absorb the scale of Gilded Age excess. The cottage that Cornelius built for 8 weeks of summer has become a monument to an era when families spent $7 million on houses they used for 8 weeks of summer. The construction and maintenance of these palaces represented an enormous and sustained hemorrhage of Vanderbilt wealth. George spent at least half his inheritance building Biltmore and much of the remainder maintaining it. Cornelius spent $7 million on the Breakers, plus the ongoing costs of keeping it standing. And they were not alone within the family. Alva Vanderbilt built a petty chateau in New York and also Marble House in Newport, which cost $11 million and was considered even more elaborate than the Breakers. Multiple members of the Vanderbilt family were building simultaneously, each attempting to exceed the others, each spending millions of their inheritance on construction, and then millions more on upkeep. This was the fortune the Commodore had assembled through decades of ruthless focus, the fortune William Henry had doubled through careful and exhausting management. It was being poured into limestone and marble, into platinum leaf and custom woodwork, into houses that consumed armies of servants and produced no return. The money that might have been invested, that might have compounded quietly across generations, was instead being converted into real estate that ate wealth rather than created it. But nobody was thinking about that in the 1890s and the early 1900s. The Vanderbilts were at the peak of their power and their reputation. The houses demonstrated their wealth. They were leaders of society, admired and envied and written about in the newspapers. The fact that they were spending through their fortune at an alarming rate was not immediately obvious, because the fortune was still so large. You could spend millions and still have millions remaining. The money seemed inexhaustible. It was not. No fortune is truly inexhaustible when it is being spent faster than it can generate returns. The Vanderbilts were learning this in slow motion, one enormous house at a time, one costly party at a time, one expensive European dowry at a time. The palaces were beautiful. They were also, in the end, catastrophic. They were monuments not to success, but to a particular misunderstanding of what wealth actually is. The Commodore had understood that money required constant attention and careful management. William Henry had understood it too, though the understanding cost him his health and eventually his life. But the third generation, the ones who built the palaces, had grown up inside wealth and had never needed to understand where it came from or how it was sustained. They assumed it would always be there. They assumed they could build whatever they wished, spend whatever they wished, live however they wished. The houses were the physical form of that assumption. And those houses, magnificent as they were eating the fortune alive. Room by room, season by season, millions of dollars at a time, the palaces were consuming the wealth it had taken the Commodore a lifetime to build. The fortune was being converted into limestone and marble and platinum leaf, into structures that outlasted the money that created them. Biltmore and the Breakers still stand today, drawing visitors who come to marvel at the excess of the Gilded Age. But the family that built them, they are long gone from those rooms, unable to sustain the life the houses represented. The palaces survived. The fortune did not. That is the trap. The houses were meant to be monuments to Vanderbilt achievement. Instead, they became monuments to the spending that undid the achievement, to the misunderstanding that turned one of the greatest private fortunes in American history into a lesson about what happens when you build palaces instead of building wealth. But the houses, in the 1890s, are new. The fortune still appears inexhaustible. The family has not yet fallen into the trap, not fully. That will take another generation or two. For now, the question worth sitting with quietly is not whether the palaces were beautiful, but whether the people inside them were happy. Whether the houses and the titles and the social position actually gave their lives any meaning at all. George Vanderbilt probably came closest to something like genuine contentment because he loved Biltmore and the life he made there. But he died at 51, having spent his fortune on a house his family could not afford to keep after his death. Cornelius II died at 55, stressed and exhausted. Alva achieved her social ambitions, but severed her relationship with her daughter in the process. Consuelo gained a title and lost her chance at love. The palaces were supposed to be the ultimate achievement. They were, instead, elaborate and expensive mistakes. Beautiful mistakes, the kind that tourists can still visit and photograph and wonder at, but mistakes nonetheless. And they were only one part of the larger pattern of expenditure and excess that would, within a few more decades, reduce the Vanderbilt fortune to almost nothing. Now we come to the fourth generation. The generation that looked at what the first three had built and spent, and managed, somehow, to do considerably worse. The fourth generation of Vanderbilts did not simply spend the fortune. They actively dismantled it through alcoholism, gambling, a succession of disastrous life choices, and public scandals that showed the entire country exactly how thoroughly dysfunctional America's wealthiest family had become. Reginald Claypool Vanderbilt. Everyone called him Reggie, and it is easy to see why, because Reginald Claypool sounds like a character who should be managing a country house in an Edwardian novel rather than drinking himself to death in New York speakeasies. Reggie was the youngest son of Cornelius II, the man who built the Breakers. He had inherited everything that came with being born into the fourth generation of enormous wealth. All of the money, none of the discipline that had built it. The Commodore had been hungry because he had started with nothing. William Henry had worked hard because he felt he had to prove himself worthy of what he had been given. The third generation had at least retained some concept that work existed as a human activity, even if they had mostly chosen spending over earning. But the fourth generation had never known anything but wealth. They had no framework for understanding that money could run out. They had never needed one. Reggie grew up moving between Vanderbilt mansions, attended the best private schools, and was raised in an environment that suggested, at every turn, that the world existed primarily to accommodate his preferences. He had no particular talents. He had no driving interests beyond the pursuit of a good time. He had no formed sense of responsibility toward anything or anyone. His father, Cornelius II, died when Reggie was 19, leaving him a trust fund worth several $1 million. Several $1 million. A teenager. No adult supervision to speak of. No work ethic, no self-discipline, no understanding of what financial management meant in practice. What followed was perhaps predictable, if you think about it. Reggie discovered that he loved three things above all others: gambling, drinking, and spending money on women and parties. He pursued all three with something close to professional dedication. He would gamble enormous sums at private clubs and casinos, lose with spectacular consistency, and then write another check because the money was simply there, and he could not quite believe that it might not always be. He drank to excess at parties and clubs. He bought expensive gifts, threw lavish gatherings, and lived with the serene confidence of a man who believed his bank account was bottomless and his body was indestructible. In 1903, at 23 years old, Reggie married Kathleen Nielsen, a society beauty from an established New York family. The marriage was probably in difficulty before it properly began. Reggie was constitutionally incapable of being a responsible husband. He continued gambling and drinking and spending money at rates that alarmed everyone paying attention. Kathleen tried to make it work. But there is a limit to what trying can accomplish when your husband is perpetually drunk or losing the family's capital at a card table. They had one daughter together, also named Kathleen. They divorced in 1920 after 17 years of what appears to have been a genuinely miserable arrangement for both of them. The divorce settlement was expensive, as these things tend to be when significant wealth is involved. Reggie had to provide a substantial payment, which meant selling assets and reducing his capital base. It did not slow him down. If anything, he accelerated. By the early 1920s, Reggie had spent his way through millions of dollars. Not on anything that lasted. Not on businesses or buildings or investments. On gambling losses, on alcohol, on parties, on gifts, on the maintenance of a lifestyle that exceeded even his substantial means. The money went out and nothing came back. In 1923, Reggie married again. His second wife was Gloria Morgan, 19 years old to his 43. The gap between them was 24 years, which invites a certain quiet reflection on what exactly drew each of them to the other. Gloria likely appreciated Reggie's money and his social standing. Reggie likely appreciated Gloria's youth and beauty. It was not, by most accounts, a marriage built on deep emotional connection or shared values. They had a daughter together in 1924, also named Gloria. Little Gloria, as she would come to be known, was born into wealth and privilege, and what would become one of the most publicly dismantled family situations in American history. By the mid-1920s, Reggie's health was failing. Decades of heavy drinking had done what decades of heavy drinking do. His liver was deteriorating. He was visibly ill, bloated, jaundiced, obviously unwell. His doctors told him plainly that he needed to stop drinking or he would die. Reggie appears to have weighed this information and concluded that dying was preferable to sobriety. Whether this reflects an extraordinary commitment to his chosen way of life, or the nature of severe alcohol addiction, is probably not a distinction that matters much to the outcome. In 1925, 2 years after marrying Gloria Morgan and 1 year after his daughter was born, Reggie suffered a massive hemorrhage caused by his failing liver. He was taken to the hospital. The doctors could not undo the damage that had accumulated over a lifetime of drinking. He died on September 4th, 1925. He was 45 years old. He had inherited millions, spent the great majority of it on gambling and alcohol and parties, destroyed his liver in the process, and died young, leaving behind a 22-year-old widow, a 1-year-old daughter, and a trust fund that was considerably smaller than it had been when he received it. The estate that was supposed to pass to little Gloria was worth, after all of Reggie's years of spending, perhaps $5 million. That sounds like a substantial sum until you hold it against what he had inherited, and against the understanding that the Vanderbilt fortune was supposed to be inexhaustible. Reggie had spent his way through most of it, leaving his daughter a fraction of what he had received. And even that fraction was not entirely secure. The trust was structured so that little Gloria received the income from the principal, but the principal itself would eventually be divided among other relatives when she reached a certain age. The details were complex, but the essential truth was simple enough. Little Gloria's inheritance was far less stable and far less substantial than anyone outside the family understood. The Vanderbilt fortune was fragmenting, being divided and subdivided among an expanding number of descendants, with each generation spending more than the fortune could replace. Gloria Morgan Vanderbilt was 22 years old when Reggie died. She had a 1-year-old daughter, a trust fund that provided a comfortable income but was not unlimited, and no particular preparation for anything that had just happened. Her response to widowhood was to move to Europe and live as a glamorous socialite. She traveled between Paris and London and various fashionable resort towns, attending parties, moving in the best circles, and generally living with the ease and expense of someone who had unlimited resources. She was not quite doing that, but she proceeded as though she were. Little Gloria came with her, along with a nurse to actually attend to the child, because Gloria Morgan was more genuinely interested in the social life of Paris than in the daily realities of raising a daughter. The nurse, Emma Caselick, was in practice the person who cared for little Gloria, provided her with stability, paid attention to her, and offered the kind of consistent emotional presence that her mother could not quite manage. Gloria Morgan was spending the income from little Gloria's trust fund on her own lifestyle. Luxury hotels, fashionable clothing, travel, parties. She was not, technically, stealing from her daughter. As guardian, she had the legal right to use the trust income to support both of them. But support was being interpreted with considerable generosity to encompass champagne and couture. Back in America, other members of the Vanderbilt family were observing this with increasing unease. In particular, Gertrude Vanderbilt Whitney, Gloria Morgan's sister-in-law. Gertrude represented something unusual in the Vanderbilt story, a person who had inherited money and had also done something with her time and talent beyond spending it. She had become a serious sculptor and a significant art patron. She had founded the Whitney Museum. She had tried, genuinely, to make something meaningful from the position she had been given. She looked at Gloria Morgan's parenting, or the absence of it, and decided that something needed to change. Gertrude had developed a close relationship with little Gloria during the periods when Gloria Morgan had left her daughter in New York while traveling. She had functioned, in effect, as a surrogate mother, providing the child with stability and attention and care. And she had come to believe, with some conviction, that little Gloria needed to be removed from her mother's custody for the child's own sake. In 1932, when little Gloria was 8 years old, Gertrude filed for custody. She argued that Gloria Morgan was an unfit mother who was neglecting her daughter and misappropriating the trust fund for her own benefit. What followed would become known as the trial of the century. The custody battle opened in October 1934, and it was a media event of the first order. This was the Depression. Millions of Americans were unemployed, going hungry, managing genuine and grinding poverty. And here were the Vanderbilts in a courtroom fighting over which millionaire relative should have custody of a 10-year-old heiress and her trust fund. The contrast was not lost on anyone. People found it appalling. People also could not stop reading about it. The trial exposed things the Vanderbilt family would certainly have preferred to keep private. Witnesses testified about Gloria Morgan's constant parties, her drinking, her neglect of her daughter, the men she had been involved with. There were allegations of affairs and behavior that was considered scandalous by the standards of 1934. Gloria Morgan's entire way of life was laid out in court and then reprinted in newspapers that reached millions of readers. But the trial did not stop at Gloria Morgan. It illuminated the dysfunction of the wider family. Witnesses described the drinking and the gambling and the affairs and the general irresponsibility that ran through multiple branches of the Vanderbilts. Emma Caselick, the nurse, testified about little Gloria's actual childhood. The constant movement between hotels across Europe, the absence of a stable home, the mother who was present in body but rarely in attention. The picture that assembled itself across weeks of testimony was of a family that had enormous amounts of money and very little idea of how to live well, or to raise children, or to take care of one another. Little Gloria herself was interviewed privately by the judge to establish her wishes. She reportedly told him she wanted to live with her Aunt Gertrude, not with her mother. For a 10-year-old child to have reached that point, to have been placed in the position of having to choose, is one of those quiet facts that stays with you once you've noticed it. The trial ran for weeks. Each day brought new details. The newspapers printed them carefully. The public read them with a complicated mixture of fascination and horror. Here was the richest family in America, and they were alcoholics and gamblers and neglectful parents who happened to have been born into extraordinary wealth. In November 1934, the judge ruled in favor of Gertrude Whitney. Little Gloria would live with her aunt. Gloria Morgan would receive limited visitation rights. It was a devastating outcome for Gloria Morgan, who had lost custody of her own child in the most public way imaginable. But from the court's perspective, she had demonstrated, through weeks of testimony, that her social life consistently took precedence over her daughter's welfare. Gertrude, whatever her own complexities, had at least shown a genuine and sustained interest in providing the child with a stable home. Winning the custody battle did not undo what had already been done. Little Gloria had sat through weeks of proceedings in which the two women who were supposed to care for her fought over her in public. She had heard testimony about her mother. She had been asked, by a judge, to say which adult she preferred. There are 120 people in a room together, and not one of them is a millionaire. That is where this story eventually lands. 120 descendants of the man who once held more wealth than the United States Treasury itself gathered at the university that bore his name, and among all of them, not a single net worth above $1 million. In 1973, when $1 million was not even what you would call extravagant. That is where we are going tonight. But first, we need to sit with the years that led there. You are 10 years old. The courtroom air is close and formal, the smell of polished wood and pressed suits. Someone has asked you which parent you prefer to live with. You answered somehow. And tomorrow, millions of strangers will read about it in their morning papers over coffee they can barely afford. That was Gloria Vanderbilt in 1934. Not yet the woman she would become. Just a child at the center of a custody trial that had become something the country could not look away from. The case that surrounded her, the legal battle over who would raise little Gloria Vanderbilt, had stripped back the curtain on a family that had spent decades projecting an image of ordered, elevated success. What the trial revealed instead was something considerably more human and considerably less flattering. The fortune, for one thing, was not what people had assumed. Reginald Vanderbilt, Gloria's father, known as Reggie, had spent through most of his inheritance before his death at 45. His liver destroyed by alcohol, his assets consumed by gambling, and the particular extravagance of a man who had never once needed to think about money, and therefore never did. The trust fund meant to support little Gloria was smaller than expected. Across the wider family tree, the pattern repeated quietly. Trust funds diminished. Inheritances reduced by spending and poor management. The fortune that had once seemed not merely large but essentially boundless was, it turned out, finite, and it was running out. The public reaction to the trial moved in several directions at once. Some people felt for the child, an innocent girl caught inside an ugly adult dispute. Some were scandalized by what had been reported about Gloria Morgan's lifestyle and her conduct as a mother. But a great many people were simply angry at the whole of it, at all of them. Because while the Vanderbilts fought over money and custody in courtrooms lined with expensive lawyers, regular Americans were standing in bread lines trying to find enough food for their families. The contrast was not subtle. It was the kind of thing that sits in the stomach. Before the trial, the Vanderbilt family had occupied a particular place in the American imagination. They were proof of what this country could produce. The family that had built the greatest fortune in the nation, starting from a single ferry on the Staten Island waterway. After the trial, what people saw was something different. Dysfunction, decadence. A family as complicated and as broken as any other, perhaps more so, just with better wallpaper. The mystique did not survive it. The illusion of Vanderbilt superiority, carefully maintained for decades behind the facades of mansions and the columns of society pages, had been shattered in open court. Everyone now knew. The trial also accelerated the family's financial decline in direct and practical ways. Legal fees were enormous. Both sides spent lavishly on lawyers and investigators. The publicity damaged the family's business interests. And more broadly, the trial made visible what the fortune was actually being used for. Not invested, not managed, fought over, spent on legal proceedings, consumed by family drama. The discipline that Cornelius Vanderbilt, the Commodore, had used to build the fortune in the first place was nowhere to be found in the generation now tearing pieces of it apart. Little Gloria grew up to become Gloria Vanderbilt, and her life would carry the weight of that childhood in ways that are not difficult to imagine. She would marry 4 times. She would have 4 sons. She would struggle with relationships. And she would eventually build her own successful business empire in fashion, not because of her Vanderbilt inheritance, but in many ways despite it. She succeeded by working, by building something herself. By the time she was an adult, the money she might have relied upon had largely gone anyway. Her success was her own. The family fortune had not made that possible. It had simply not been there to fall back on. There is something quietly significant about that. The wealth that was supposed to shelter every future generation had, by the time it reached her, become more burden than cushion. The 4th-generation curse, as it might reasonably be called, was not confined to Reggie and little Gloria's particular branch of the family tree. Across the Vanderbilt family, the same pattern was repeating itself. The 4th generation, born into wealth so established it had become simply the texture of daily life, had no experience of work, no experience of struggle, no reference point for what it had taken to accumulate what they were spending. Some drank too much, as Reggie had. Some gambled. Some made poor investments. Some married badly or simply lived beyond even their substantial means. The discipline that had built the fortune was completely absent in the generation that had never known anything but wealth. The palaces built by the 3rd generation were becoming increasingly difficult to maintain. The trust funds were shrinking. Family businesses were being sold or mismanaged. The fortune was fragmenting, divided among an ever-growing number of descendants, each portion smaller than the last, each generation spending faster than the money could regenerate itself. Reggie's death at 45 was, in a grim way, emblematic of all of it. He had had every advantage, wealth, education, opportunity, and had spent his years consuming rather than building. He had contributed nothing, built nothing, accomplished nothing of lasting substance. He had simply spent his inheritance and died young, leaving a mess for others to clean up. In a way, his life described a perfect reversal of his great-great-grandfather's. The Commodore had built a fortune from nothing through discipline and relentless work. Reggie had inherited a fortune and undone it through the complete absence of both. The 1934 custody trial had exposed this to the public, but the Vanderbilt family had known it privately for some time. The money was running out. The family was dysfunctional. The 4th generation was a disaster. And there was, by this point, no obvious way to fix it because you cannot teach discipline to adults who have spent their entire lives without needing it. The damage was done. The trajectory was set. But the trial served one additional purpose beyond the immediate drama of its proceedings. It made other wealthy families pay attention. If the Vanderbilts, could lose their fortune in 3 or 4 generations, then no fortune was truly secure. It required constant management, constant discipline, and consistently wise financial decisions. The Vanderbilts had failed at all 3, and the whole country could see what that failure looked like. Little Gloria would later write about her childhood and the custody battle in her memoirs. She described feeling like a piece of property that adults were fighting over, rather than a child who needed love and stability. She wrote about the trauma of being at the center of a public scandal, of reading about her family's dysfunction in the newspapers, of being asked by a judge which parent she preferred. The wealth that was supposed to provide her with every advantage had instead made her childhood a kind of nightmare. The irony runs deep. The Vanderbilt fortune had been built, in part, to provide security for future generations. The Commodore wanted his descendants to be wealthy and powerful. Instead, the fortune had become something closer to a curse. It had made his descendants comfortable to the point of helplessness. It had created conflicts over inheritance. It had attracted people who wanted to marry into the family for the money rather than for anything more durable. It had funded destructive lifestyles that killed people like Reggie. And ultimately, it disappeared, leaving later generations with nothing but a famous name and fading memories of when that name had meant something financially substantial. The fourth generation of Vanderbilts proved something that perhaps should not have needed proving. You can inherit money. You cannot inherit character. Reggie had millions but no self-discipline, and the millions did not survive contact with that absence. Little Gloria had money but no stable family, and the money could not compensate for that lack. Across the family, the pattern repeated. People with wealth but without the qualities needed to maintain it, spending through inheritances, making destructive choices, dismantling their own portion of the family fortune piece by piece. By the late 1930s, the Vanderbilt decline was visible to everyone who cared to look. The custody trial had exposed the dysfunction. The Depression had eroded what remained of the fortune. The palaces were becoming white elephants that the descendants could not afford to keep. The trust funds were shrinking. The businesses were sold or failing. The family that had once dominated American commerce was coming apart, and the whole country was watching it happen. The Commodore, one imagines, would have been appalled. He had spent his life building a fortune, believing it would establish his family's position for generations beyond counting. Instead, his great-grandchildren were drinking themselves to death, fighting in courtrooms, neglecting their children, and spending through the money faster than it could replenish itself. His fortune had lasted less than a century. His family had traveled from the richest in America to a cautionary tale in just 4 generations. But that, perhaps, is what happens when you build a fortune without building a family alongside it. When you care more about money than about the people the money is supposed to serve. When you treat children as assets to be positioned rather than people to be loved. The Commodore's values had built the fortune. Those same values had planted the seeds of its eventual destruction. By the 4th generation, those seeds had grown into the kind of toxic family dynamic that tears everything apart. The trial eventually ended. Little Gloria went to live with her Aunt Gertrude. Gloria Morgan faded into relative obscurity, and the Vanderbilt family continued its slow collapse, one dysfunctional generation at a time. The question, by this point, was no longer whether the fortune would disappear. The question was only how long it would take. And the answer was, not much longer. Now we come to the mechanics of it. The actual machinery by which one of the greatest fortunes in American history was reduced to nothing. Because it did not happen all at once, and it was not the result of a single catastrophic decision. It was the accumulation of many forces, working together over decades, each one taking a little more. The stock market crashed in October of 1929, and the Great Depression began. For most Americans, the consequences were catastrophic in the most immediate and physical ways. Jobs disappeared. Savings evaporated. People lost their homes. Unemployment reached 25%. People stood in bread lines, genuinely uncertain whether they would eat. For the Vanderbilts, the Depression was less immediately devastating, but ultimately significant. They had too much wealth to starve. But that wealth was largely invested in stocks and businesses, and when the market collapsed, a substantial portion of their net worth vanished overnight. Stocks that had been worth millions became worth thousands. Businesses failed. Investment income disappeared. The Vanderbilt fortune, which had seemed as solid as the marble it was built into, turned out to be substantially built on paper wealth, the kind that can vanish when markets collapse. What made it worse was that the family did not adjust. They kept maintaining the mansions, kept employing armies of servants, kept living as they had in 1928, because admitting that they could no longer afford their lifestyle would mean admitting that the fortune was finite. And that was psychologically impossible for people who had grown up understanding the money as simply part of the permanent structure of the world. The mansions became the most visible problem. These were not houses. They were institutions. The breakers in Newport required a full-time staff even when no one from the family was in residence. Heating costs alone were, by any reasonable measure, extraordinary. Consider what it would cost to heat a 70-room mansion through a Rhode Island winter using 1930s technology. Property taxes were substantial. Repairs were constant. These houses had been designed to demonstrate wealth, not to be economically sustainable. And during the Depression, their unsustainability became impossible to ignore. One by one, decisions were made. Some mansions were sold, though finding buyers for enormous houses during the Depression was nearly impossible. Who wants to purchase a 70-room mansion when they can barely afford their own rent? Some were donated to institutions, museums, universities, preservation societies, because at least a donation produced a tax deduction and relieved the family of maintenance costs. Some were simply abandoned and left to decay. Which must have carried its own particular weight, walking away from something your family built, but it was cheaper than maintaining it. The Petty Chateau, Alva's magnificent $3 million statement piece on Fifth Avenue, the house that had forced Mrs. Astor to acknowledge the Vanderbilts, the site of the legendary costume ball of 1883, was demolished in 1926, even before the Depression arrived. Alva had divorced William K. Vanderbilt and remarried, and neither she nor Willie had any interest in maintaining the house. So it came down. A palace that had cost $3 million to build, that had changed the social order of New York simply by existing, was torn down and replaced with a commercial building. The ultimate symbol of Vanderbilt's social achievement became a pile of rubble, and then a store. Cornelius II's enormous mansion at Fifth Avenue and 57th Street, not the Breakers, which was his summer house, but his New York City residence, the one built to establish his position as the most important Vanderbilt, with over 100 rooms and one of the largest footprints of any private residence in Manhattan, was demolished in 1927. The family could not afford to maintain it and could not find a buyer, so they sold the land. The mansion became the Bergdorf Goodman department store, which still stands there today. If you have ever walked through Bergdorf Goodman, you have been inside the footprint of a Vanderbilt palace. Vanderbilt excess, converted into retail space. The Breakers survived, but only because Alice Vanderbilt, Cornelius II's widow, continued living there until her death in 1934. After that, the house became impossible for the family to maintain. In 1948, the Vanderbilt descendants leased it to the Preservation Society of Newport County for $1 a year. $1. For a house that had cost $7 million to build. The Preservation Society would maintain it and operate it as a museum. The Vanderbilts would retain ownership, but be relieved of the upkeep. Then, in 1972, they sold it to the Preservation Society outright for approximately $365,000, which was probably less than the house's annual maintenance cost had once been. A house built for $7 million in 1895 sold for $365,000 in 1972. Not adjusted for inflation. Just that number, in absolute terms, against that one. The palace that was supposed to demonstrate Vanderbilt permanence had become a liability the family was desperate to be free of, even at a catastrophic loss. Marble House, Alva's second Newport palace, built at a cost of $11 million, followed a similar path, eventually given to the Preservation Society as well. All these magnificent houses, all these monuments to what the Vanderbilt name had once meant, given away or sold for fractions of their cost, because the family could no longer afford to keep them. The houses had outlasted the fortune. Biltmore, George Vanderbilt's 250-room palace in the mountains of North Carolina, survived, but not without its own struggle. George died in 1914, and his widow Edith was left holding an estate that required more resources than were comfortably available. During World War I, she sold approximately 87,000 of the original 125,000 acres to the federal government, which used the land to create Pisgah National Forest. The sale provided some necessary cash, but it also meant the estate was considerably smaller than George had intended. In 1930, Edith and her daughter Cornelia opened Biltmore to the public as a paying tourist attraction. This was not a small decision. You did not, at that time, invite the public into your private home and charge admission without acknowledging something. It was an admission that commercial income was necessary, that the alternative was losing Biltmore entirely. Edith was practical enough to make that choice and to swallow whatever pride the choice required. The admission fees helped cover some of the maintenance costs, but Biltmore was no longer really a home. Cornelia moved out in the 1930s, unable to live a normal life in a house through which tourists moved in steady streams. The house remained in the family's possession, but only by becoming something fundamentally different from what it had been built to be. A private palace transformed into a business, a historic site, a tourist destination. The Vanderbilts had become caretakers of their own family's monument. Meanwhile, the Depression was accelerating the fragmentation of what remained of the fortune through simple mathematics. The family tree was growing. Each generation had multiple children. Each of those children had inheritance rights. The fortune that had been concentrated in the Commodore's hands, then divided among Billy's 8 children, was now being divided among dozens of grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Take a fortune, divide it by 8, then divide each of those portions by 3 or 4 or 5, then divide again. Within a few generations, you move from unimaginably wealthy to comfortable to working for a living like everyone else. The math does not require dysfunction to reach that conclusion. It just requires time and children. The trust funds that were supposed to provide for Vanderbilt descendants were shrinking. Some had been poorly invested and lost value in the Depression. Others were being consumed by their beneficiaries faster than they could generate income. The structure of some trusts meant that principal was being divided rather than preserved, so each generation received less than the one before. And layered over all of it were the costs of managing wealth itself: legal fees, accounting fees, management fees, which reduced the wealth available to the people supposedly benefiting from it. Then there were taxes. The federal income tax had been introduced in 1913, and rates had increased substantially during the Depression and World War II to fund government programs and the war effort. At their peak, in the 1940s and 1950s, the top marginal tax rate was over 90%. 90. If you were in the highest tax bracket, the government took 90 cents of every dollar you earned above a certain threshold. For people living primarily off investment income, this was devastating. The money that might have allowed the fortune to grow was instead going to the government. Estate taxes compounded this. When a wealthy person died, their estate was taxed before the remainder passed to heirs. The estate tax rates during the mid-20th century were specifically designed to prevent the perpetuation of enormous inherited fortunes. Each generational transfer reduced the fortune substantially. The Commodore leaves money to Billy taxed. Billy leaves it to his children taxed. They leave it to their children taxed again. Each time, the government takes a significant portion. What remains gets divided among more heirs. Do this for 4 or 5 generations, and even a very large fortune disappears. World War II brought its own pressures. Many Vanderbilt descendants served in the military, which was commendable, but did not help the family's financial position. Some of the family businesses were affected by wartime regulations and shortages. And more broadly, the war changed American society in ways that made the Vanderbilt way of life increasingly out of place. After the war, America was more democratic, more egalitarian, less tolerant of hereditary wealth and privilege as matters of public celebration. The social world the Vanderbilts had dominated was disappearing around them. By the 1950s and 1960s, the fortune was clearly gone. Most of the mansions had been demolished, donated, or converted to other uses. The trust funds had shrunk to the point where they provided modest incomes at best. Vanderbilt descendants were working regular jobs, not because they chose to, but because they had to. The family name still carried some recognition, some weight in certain rooms, but the money that had made the name famous was largely absent. There were exceptions. Some branches of the family had managed their resources more carefully and retained some wealth, but they were the minority. Most Vanderbilt descendants by the 1960s and 1970s were middle class or upper middle class at best. They had the advantages of good education and the quiet usefulness of social connections. But they were not rich. They were regular people who happened to carry a famous last name. And then came 1973. Vanderbilt University, one of the few Vanderbilt legacy projects that actually endured, was the setting. The Commodore had donated $1 million in 1873 to help establish the university. 100 years later, it had become a prestigious institution, still going strong. The university had outlasted the money that helped create it. The reunion was organized by family members who thought it would be worthwhile to gather the descendants together. Invitations went out to everyone who could be found with Vanderbilt blood. 120 people showed up. They came from all over the country, working various ordinary jobs: teachers, small business owners, middle managers, professionals of various kinds. Regular people. The only thing that distinguished them from anyone else in any other American family was their last name, and a shared ancestry reaching back to a man who had been dead for almost a century. At some point during the reunion, someone did the math, and the math revealed that not a single person in attendance was a millionaire. Not one. 120 descendants of Cornelius Vanderbilt, the man who had once controlled more wealth than the United States Treasury, and none of them had a net worth above $1 million. In 1973, when $1 million was comfortable, but not extravagant. The fortune was completely gone. Think about what that means for a moment. In 1877, when the Commodore died, he left a fortune of approximately $100 million. In 1885, when his son Billy died, that fortune had been doubled to approximately $200 million. If that money had been invested conservatively and simply kept pace with economic growth and inflation, it would have been worth billions by 1973. Billions. Enough to make every one of those 120 descendants independently wealthy. Instead, they were all working for a living. The story attracted reporters when word of it spread. Here was the legendary Vanderbilt family, and they were broke. Every single one of them. The reporters asked the obvious question: what happened? How do you lose a fortune that size in less than a century? The family members who agreed to speak gave various answers: bad investments, the Depression, taxes, division among too many heirs, poor financial management, spending beyond what was sustainable. All of these were true, but none of them quite captured the full picture. The full picture was that the Vanderbilt fortune was destroyed by the same forces that created it. The Commodore had built the fortune through ruthless competition, through treating relationships as transactions, through valuing money above almost everything else. Those values passed down to his descendants. They learned that wealth was the ultimate measure of achievement, that spending money demonstrated status, that maintaining social position mattered more than maintaining relationships. And so each generation competed to display its wealth through spending. They built palaces that consumed fortunes to maintain. They threw parties that cost more than most people earned in years. They married for status rather than for anything more durable. They fought one another over inheritance. They spent rather than invested. They consumed rather than created. And generation by generation, the fortune shrank. Until there was nothing left. The 1973 reunion was the mathematical endpoint of that process. 120 people in a room, not a millionaire among them, standing at the end of a long line of choices that had begun almost a century before. The Commodore had built something extraordinary. His descendants had demonstrated, with great thoroughness, that you can inherit money without inheriting the character that made the money possible. And perhaps that is the real lesson the Vanderbilts leave behind. Not a story about greed exactly. Not a morality play with a simple moral. Just the quiet, steady demonstration that wealth, on its own, cannot sustain itself. It needs something else alongside it. Judgment. Patience. The willingness to build rather than simply spend. Qualities that cannot be written into a will or deposited into a trust fund or handed to a child along with the key to a 70-room house. The Commodore knew how to build. He never quite figured out how to pass that on. There was a reunion in 1973. 120 people gathered together, all of them Vanderbilts by blood or marriage, all of them bearing one of the most famous surnames in American history. And not one of them was a millionaire. Not a single one. Some of the younger family members, by all accounts, found this darkly funny. They joked about being poor Vanderbilts, which was a contradiction in terms on its face, and also simply the truth of their lives. The name that had once opened every door in America now opened none, because everyone knew the money was gone. It is a strange kind of inheritance, a name without a fortune, a history without a present. If you think about the mathematics of it, they are almost brutally simple. Take any sum of money, no matter how vast. Divide it among multiple heirs with each generation. Have each heir spend more than their share generates in income. Tax it at every transfer. Repeat for several generations. Eventually, you reach zero. The Vanderbilts demonstrated this principle not in theory, but in lived experience, turning $200 million into nothing in less than a century. What's remarkable isn't that the fortune disappeared. Fortunes disappear all the time, quietly, gradually, almost without anyone noticing until the day the accounts simply will not open. What's remarkable is how completely it went. Not a thinning, not a diminishment, a disappearance. No residue, no millionaire among 120 descendants. The Great Depression did not destroy the Vanderbilt fortune. The Vanderbilts destroyed it themselves, spending it faster than it could regenerate, generation after generation. The Depression only accelerated what was already in motion, made visible what had been quietly happening for decades. The Commodore built the empire through discipline and ruthless competition, the kind of focus that left no room for comfort or sentiment. His son Billy maintained it, though at a cost measured in exhaustion and shortened years. But by the third and fourth generations, the discipline had gone. The work ethic had evaporated. And the ruthless competition had turned inward. Vanderbilts competing against other Vanderbilts to spend more ostentatiously, to build the larger house, to host the more extravagant ball. Generation by generation, dollar by dollar, the greatest private fortune in American history evaporated like morning dew in sunlight. You are standing in a great hall. The ceilings are 60 feet above you. The floors are marble, cool and smooth beneath your feet. The chandeliers are dark now. No one has lit them in years. Somewhere far back in the house, a door opens and then closes, and the sound of it echoes for a long time before the silence settles again. This house was built to last forever. It did not last forever. The houses still exist, most of them. The Breakers in Newport is a museum now, and you can tour it for about $30. Marble House stands a short distance down the street, also a museum. Biltmore in North Carolina hosts weddings and corporate events and operates hotels on its grounds. These are not homes anymore. The family does not live in them. The family cannot afford to live in them. The costs of maintaining such places are staggering even with an enormous fortune behind you, and there was no longer an enormous fortune. So the houses were sold, or donated, or leased, and now strangers walk their corridors with audio guides and take photographs in the rooms where Vanderbilts once danced. There is something worth sitting with in that image. The idea that the grandest private homes ever built in America now belong, in some essential way, to the public. That the wealth which built them became the very thing that could not sustain them. And yet the Vanderbilts left other things behind. Vanderbilt University continues. The Whitney Museum in New York, founded by Gertrude Vanderbilt Whitney, remains a significant institution in American art. Grand Central Terminal, built by Vanderbilt railroad interests, is still one of the great transportation hubs in the country, still moving tens of thousands of people each day through its vast concourse of light and stone. These things endured. The institutions built for public benefit rather than private consumption. They are the Vanderbilt legacy that actually worked. The family came to America as a Dutch immigrant servant in 1650, arriving in what was then called New Amsterdam. 3 centuries passed. The family rose from nothing, became the richest in the country, and returned to nothing. Full circle in the span of a few generations. The American dream and the American nightmare contained within a single family story. 3 generations from shirt sleeves to shirt sleeves, as the old saying goes. In the Vanderbilts' case, it took 4 or 5 and started from an unimaginably high peak. But the destination was the same. Anderson Cooper, the journalist and CNN anchor, is probably the most widely recognized living Vanderbilt descendant. His mother was Gloria Vanderbilt. His great-great-grandfather was the Commodore. He has spoken about this in interviews, with a kind of calm clarity that suggests he has thought about it carefully and arrived somewhere steady. He has said that his mother told him there was no trust fund waiting for him, no inheritance to rely on, that he would need to work and build his own career. This from a woman whose great-great-grandfather had been one of the richest men in the world. Anderson Cooper built his career through his own work. The Vanderbilt name may have opened certain doors in certain rooms, but it could not sustain him because there was nothing behind the name anymore. No reserves, no foundation. He has said he is glad there was no trust fund. He has seen, through his own family's history and through the histories of others, what happens to people who inherit wealth without earning it. They become, in his words, aimless, unmotivated, lacking in purpose. He has suggested that the disappearance of the Vanderbilt fortune may have been the best thing that could have happened to his generation, because it forced them to find their own path. That is a remarkably clear-eyed thing to say about losing a billion-dollar inheritance. But he is probably right. The fortune the Commodore built, that Billy doubled, that the 3rd generation built palaces with, that the 4th generation drank and gambled away, destroyed more lives than it improved. It created expectations without foundations. It provided comfort without direction. It gave people everything except the one thing that seems to actually make a life feel like something worth living. Now, there was a girl named Gloria. You may remember her from the custody trial of 1934. The 10-year-old fought over in court while the country read about it in the newspapers, her small face appearing in photographs above headlines about her mother's unfitness and her aunt's intervention. That girl grew up. And her story is, in many ways, the most unexpected chapter in the entire Vanderbilt history. Gloria Laura Vanderbilt was born in 1924. She was born into a family whose fortune was already draining, whose dysfunction was already well established, whose name still carried great weight in the world even as the substance behind it quietly contracted. Her father was Reginald Vanderbilt, known as Reggie, a man who drank heavily and gambled, and appeared in his daughter's life only occasionally before dying when Gloria was 15 months old. She was too young to remember him. Her mother, also named Gloria Morgan Vanderbilt, was more interested in the social world of Europe than in the responsibilities of motherhood. She partied. She traveled. She left her daughter largely in the care of others, which in practice meant that little Gloria was raised by nannies and moved between houses and held at a careful distance from anyone who might have simply loved her. The custody trial happened when Gloria was 10. Her Aunt Gertrude Vanderbilt Whitney fought her mother in court for custody and won. Gloria went to live with Gertrude on Long Island, in a mansion, surrounded by staff, attended by governesses, enrolled in private schools. She had everything money could provide except what she actually needed: stability, warmth, someone who saw her as a child rather than an asset. Gloria later said the custody battle had made her feel like a piece of property. She was not wrong about that. The fight was fundamentally about who would control access to her trust fund. The money, always the money, the Vanderbilt family curse in its purest form. Gertrude was not unkind, but she was busy, absorbed in her art and her museum work, and not particularly maternal. Gloria grew up in the generous, drafty margins of other people's lives. As a teenager and young woman, she was strikingly beautiful. Dark hair, strong features, the kind of face that photographers found instinctively. She became a public figure almost by accident, the famous poor little rich girl, a symbol pressed into service by the tabloids because she was young and beautiful and tragic, and connected to an enormous famous name. She was, in that sense, perfect for the newspapers of her era. In 1941, at 17 years old, Gloria married for the first time. Her husband was Pat Di Sicco, a Hollywood agent with connections to questionable people, not someone anyone would have chosen for her if anyone had been paying attention. But Gloria was 17, without real parental guidance, and desperate to escape the control of her various relatives and guardians. Marriage seemed like freedom. It was not freedom. The marriage was reportedly troubled from the beginning, possibly abusive. It ended in divorce in 1945. Gloria said almost nothing about it afterward, which tells you most of what you need to know. In 1945, she married again, this time to Leopold Stokowski, a famous and distinguished orchestra conductor. Leopold was 63 years old. Gloria was 21. That is a 42-year difference. He was famous, sophisticated, cultured, and offered, perhaps, the kind of gravity and stability that Gloria had never had. They had 2 sons together, named Leopold and Christopher. The marriage lasted 10 years before ending in divorce in 1955, reportedly because Leopold was controlling, and Gloria had spent her entire childhood being controlled by everyone around her and had reached the end of her patience with it. Marriage number 3 came in 1956 to the film director Sidney Lumet. Sidney was only about 7 years older than Gloria, successful in his own right, and the relationship seemed, at least from the outside, like something between equals. It lasted 7 years before ending in divorce in 1963. The reasons were never entirely made clear. But a pattern was visible by now, and patterns in families like this one rarely improve without some fundamental change in how the person at the center understands themselves. In 1963, Gloria married for the 4th time. His name was Wyatt Cooper. He was Southern, thoughtful, and by all accounts genuinely in love with Gloria herself, not her name, not her money, not the faded glamour of the Vanderbilt connection. They had 2 sons together. One was named Carter. The other was Anderson, who would become the CNN journalist. The marriage to Wyatt was apparently the happiest of Gloria's 4. They stayed together until 1978, when Wyatt died from complications during open-heart surgery. He was 50 years old. Gloria was 54. She had finally found someone who loved her for herself, and she lost him. The universe had not been particularly kind to Gloria Vanderbilt. Given her family history, perhaps she should not have expected kindness from it, but you still notice it. Now, the trust fund that had defined so much of Gloria's life that had been fought over in court when she was a child, that had shaped every relationship she had ever had with her family, that trust fund was not going to last forever. The Vanderbilt fortune was mostly gone. Gloria had some money, but not enough to sustain the life she had been raised to expect. The math was clear. So in 1976, at the age of 52, Gloria Vanderbilt did something none of her ancestors had managed. She went to work. She partnered with the Murjani Group to launch Gloria Vanderbilt jeans. The concept was straightforward. Designer jeans, with her name and signature embroidered on the back pocket, marketed as fashionable rather than merely functional, designed to fit women well, and priced at a point that aspirational but not prohibitive. You were paying for the jeans and for the name. That was the arrangement. This should not have worked. Gloria had no fashion design background. She was a socialite, a celebrity, a woman who had been famous all her life without having built anything. Designer jeans were a relatively new concept and might easily have been a fad that passed before the ink dried on the contracts. The Vanderbilt name no longer meant enormous wealth. It meant, if it meant anything, a family that had once had enormous wealth and lost it. But it worked. It worked enormously. Women loved the jeans. They fit well. They looked good. They carried the suggestion of elegance without requiring a fortune to purchase. Gloria appeared in the advertisements herself, dark-haired and composed, exactly the image the brand needed. At its peak in the early 1980s, Gloria Vanderbilt jeans were generating hundreds of millions of dollars in annual sales. Gloria was earning millions in licensing fees and royalties. Real money, earned money. Money that did not come from an ancestor's effort or a trust document, but from work she had done herself. There is something genuinely worth pausing on there. The Commodore built a fortune through ruthless business practices. His descendants spent it over several generations and lost it completely. And then his great-great-granddaughter, who had grown up in the wreckage of that lost fortune, built her own success. In fashion, in her 50s, by putting her name on the back pocket of a pair of jeans. She expanded the brand. Perfume, accessories, home goods. The Gloria Vanderbilt name became the foundation of an empire of its own, smaller than the railroad empire certainly, but built on something sturdier, on products people genuinely wanted, rather than on monopolistic control of an industry. And then, in 1988, Gloria's son Carter died by suicide. He was 23 years old. He jumped from the terrace of Gloria's 14th-floor Manhattan apartment. She was there. She tried to stop him. She could not. This is the point in Gloria's story where it becomes something different from what it had been. She had survived a traumatic childhood, a custody battle fought in public, 4 marriages, the slow disappearance of her family's fortune. And she had, in her 50s, built something real and earned something real. And then Carter died in front of her, and she had to live with that. Gloria later said that Carter's death changed everything. She had spent her life searching, through relationships and work and creativity, for something that would hold. Carter's death made her understand that no amount of searching protected you from tragedy. Wealth couldn't. Fame couldn't. Success couldn't. Your child could still die, and you would still have to wake up the next morning. In the years that followed, art became more than a hobby for Gloria. She painted. She made collages. She created. She wrote memoirs that dealt honestly with her childhood trauma, with the failed marriages, with Carter's death. She did not romanticize her life or pretend the Vanderbilt name had made things easier. She was remarkably clear about how much of it had been painful, and how often the wealth and the fame had made things worse rather than better. Her relationship with Anderson in these later years was, by his account, close and genuine. He has described her as resilient, creative, and stronger than her difficult life might suggest. He has also been clear that she told him not to expect an inheritance. There wasn't much left to leave. The pattern had continued even with Gloria's own earned fortune. The Vanderbilt money had a way of not lasting. Anderson said he was glad there was no trust fund. He had seen what inherited wealth had done to the family across the generations. It had made people comfortable and directionless, and unable to find meaning beyond the spending of money. He had to work for his career, and that work gave him something that money could not have given him. Gloria had learned this lesson. She had learned it through pain, across decades, through marriages and losses, and the slow process of building something of her own. And she had passed it to her son clearly enough that it stuck. In 2019, Gloria Vanderbilt died at the age of 95. She had been born when the Vanderbilt fortune was still substantial. She had lived through its complete disappearance. She had built her own success and outlasted it. She had survived almost everything the 20th century and her own family history had been able to throw at her. Her obituaries noted the famous name, the troubled childhood, the custody trial, the jeans empire, the famous son. But the thing that stays with you if you sit with her story long enough is not what she inherited. It is what she built, and what she endured, and how she kept going. The Commodore's railroad empire is long gone, broken apart and sold off and absorbed into other things. Billy's doubled fortune disappeared completely. The Vanderbilt palaces that were not demolished are museums now, open to the public for $30 a ticket. But Gloria Vanderbilt jeans are still on store shelves. The fashion empire built by a 52-year-old woman with a traumatic childhood and a famous name proved more durable than the transportation empire built by one of the most ruthless businessmen in American history. There is something in that. I am not entirely sure what, but there is something. The first 3 marriages failed. The fourth one, the one based on who Gloria actually was rather than on what she was connected to, worked until Wyatt died. It took her 3 attempts to understand that, but she understood it eventually. The Vanderbilt story is, in the end, a story that began with a Dutch immigrant arriving in New Amsterdam as a servant in 1650. 3 centuries passed. The family rose from nothing to the very top of American wealth, and then it returned. Not to nothing, exactly. 120 people at a 1973 reunion, middle class, bearing a famous name, able to say they were Vanderbilts even if that no longer meant what it once meant. Regular people with extraordinary ancestors, inheritors of a name and a history, and the knowledge that somewhere between the Commodore and themselves, one of the greatest fortunes in American history had been spent down to zero. And at least they had each other at that reunion. And probably, somewhere in the conversation, someone made a joke about being poor Vanderbilts, and someone else laughed, and the afternoon continued, as afternoons do. The lesson, if there is one, is not complicated. Money does not last unless you make it last. Wealth does not sustain itself. A fortune built by one generation can be completely gone by the next few if the people who inherit it do not have the character or the circumstances to maintain it. Building palaces does not create meaning. Marrying into European aristocracy does not solve your problems. Having more money than you could ever spend does not, it turns out, make you happy. Gloria Vanderbilt learned these things. She learned them through pain and loss and 4 marriages, and a fashion empire built in her 50s, and a son she could not save, and a son she raised to understand that you have to earn your own way. The Vanderbilt fortune lasted less than a century. It went from $200 million to nothing. From controlling 1 out of every $20 in circulation in America to not a single millionaire among 120 descendants. From palaces to reunions at universities. From servants in New Amsterdam to tycoons to working people and back again. And somewhere in a major retailer right now, there is a pair of jeans with a signature on the back pocket. That is what lasted. The fortune began to die before anyone knew it was dying. By the time the Vanderbilt grandchildren were throwing their marble-floored parties and measuring their worth in limestone facades, the numbers were already moving in one direction only. And there is something quietly instructive about that. The ending was embedded in the beginning. the way a slow leak is already present before the water shows. But there is one more chapter, and it belongs to Gloria. You are standing in a small studio. The light is coming in at an angle. There is paint on everything, the floor, the walls, a work table that has seen decades of use. A woman somewhere past 50 is working. Not inherited wealth. Not a name from a history book. Just work. Just her hands and the things she is making. Then the narrator steps back in, as she always does, and lets the story continue. Gloria Vanderbilt built a business, a brand, an artistic legacy, and raised a son who became successful in his own right. She had broken something that had resisted breaking for more than a century. The cycle of inherited wealth leading, almost inevitably, to dissolution and dysfunction. She had proved that it was possible to be a Vanderbilt and actually accomplish something beyond spending what someone else had earned. Anderson Cooper, in his eulogy for his mother, spoke of her creativity, her resilience, her determination to keep living and creating even after tragedies that would have broken most people. He noted that she had taught him to work for his own success rather than relying on inheritance. He described her as someone who never gave up, who kept reinventing herself, who found meaning in art and work and relationships rather than in wealth. That is probably the best possible ending to the Vanderbilt story. Not the grandest, but the best. The fortune is gone. The palaces are museums or demolished or in various states of becoming something else entirely. The family tree has branched into hundreds of descendants, most of whom are living regular middle-class lives. But one descendant, Gloria, figured out how to be successful on her own terms, how to survive tragedy, how to find meaning beyond money, and she taught that lesson to her son, who has carried it forward. The Commodore wanted to build a dynasty that would last for generations. What he built instead was a fortune that lasted less than a century. But Gloria, his great-great-granddaughter, built something that actually lasted. A brand, a business, a lesson about resilience and finding meaning beyond inherited wealth. That is, perhaps, a better legacy than all the Vanderbilt railroads and palaces combined. Gloria Vanderbilt died wealthy, not Commodore wealthy, not even trust fund heiress wealthy, but comfortable from her own work. She died famous, not for inheriting money, but for building something and surviving public tragedy with grace. And she died having accomplished something the Commodore, for all his genius, never quite managed to pass down. She had broken the pattern. She had built rather than consumed. She had earned rather than simply inherited. If there is a moral buried somewhere in the Vanderbilt story, it is probably in Gloria's life. Money does not bring happiness. Inherited wealth often brings dysfunction, but work can bring meaning. Creating something can bring satisfaction. Surviving tragedy can build character. And sometimes, the best thing that can happen to a person is not inheriting quite enough money to be comfortable without working, because having to work forces you to find purpose beyond spending an inheritance. Gloria figured this out at 50. It took her 4 marriages, a traumatic childhood, and decades of searching for meaning in relationships and status and fame. But she figured it out. She built something. She survived everything. And she taught her son that working for your own success is better than waiting for an inheritance that probably will not come anyway, because the fortune is already gone. The real ending of the Vanderbilt story is not the 1973 reunion, where not a single one of the 120 descendants was a millionaire. It is not the palaces becoming museums. It is not the fortune disappearing. The real ending is Gloria Vanderbilt at age 52, deciding to put her name on a pair of jeans and build something of her own. The poor little rich girl who became a businesswoman. The custody trial victim who became a survivor. The Vanderbilt who finally broke the family curse by refusing to rely on inherited wealth and choosing, instead, to build her own success. The Commodore's fortune is gone, but Gloria Vanderbilt jeans are still in stores, and Anderson Cooper is still working every day, having been taught by his mother that earning your own way is better than inheriting wealth. That is the Vanderbilt legacy that actually lasted. Not the palaces, not the fortune, Just one woman's determination to be more than her name, more than her traumatic childhood, more than an heiress to a vanished fortune. And in the end, that turned out to be enough, more than enough. It turned out to be the only thing that actually mattered. Finding meaning beyond money, building something of your own, surviving tragedy, and teaching the next generation that work and resilience are more valuable than any inheritance. Gloria learned it late, but she learned it well. And that is how you break a family curse. You refuse to accept that inherited wealth defines you. You build something else instead, something smaller, perhaps, but something real, something that lasts. Gloria Vanderbilt, from poor little rich girl to Jean's empire at age 52, from custody trial victim to business success, from inheritor of a vanished fortune to creator of her own legacy. Not with a bang or a whimper, but with a woman who refused to let her family's dysfunction and financial collapse define her, who built something despite everything, who survived and thrived on her own terms. And that, quietly, is a better ending than any fortune could have bought. Now, let us step back. Let us look at the whole arc, from the very beginning, because this story deserves to be seen whole. We have walked together through one of the most spectacular financial collapses in American history. We have watched the Vanderbilts go from a Dutch servant arriving in 1650 with nothing, to the richest family in America by the 1870s, to completely broke by 1973. From controlling 1 out of every $20 in the American economy, to not a single millionaire among 120 descendants. That is not a decline. That is not a downturn. That is a complete and total annihilation of wealth, so thorough it becomes, in a strange way, almost instructive. The question, then, is how? How do you lose a fortune that large? What is the formula for destroying wealth that should have lasted for centuries? Because there is a formula, and the Vanderbilts followed it with an almost painful consistency, as though working from a careful plan. Let us walk through it quietly, factor by factor. The first factor is trust structures, or rather, the absence of them. When the Commodore died in 1877, he left almost everything to one son, Billy. This was not held in trust. It was direct inheritance. Billy owned the money outright, which meant he could do whatever he wanted with it, spend it, invest it, or divide it among his children, which is exactly what he did. When Billy died in 1885, he divided his fortune among his 8 children. Again, not held in trust, with strict rules about preservation and distribution, just divided ownership. Each of those 8 children could do whatever they wanted with their portions. And what they wanted to do, it turned out, was spend. They built palaces. They threw parties. They bought European titles for their daughters. And when they died, they divided their portions among their children, who divided among their children, and so on. Each generation, the fortune was split more ways. Each generation, the portions grew smaller. And because there were no structures preventing spending or requiring preservation, each generation consumed rather than conserved. Compare this to families that actually maintained wealth across generations. The Rockefellers, for instance, set up elaborate trust structures that limited what each generation could access, required professional management of investments, and preserved capital for future generations. The trust prevented any single heir from spending through the family fortune. The Vanderbilts simply divided the money and hoped their descendants would be responsible. Their descendants were not responsible. By the 4th and 5th generations, the money was divided among dozens of people, each of whom had partial control and no sense of collective responsibility. There was no family office managing a unified fortune. There was no structure preventing wasteful spending. Just a collection of people with pieces of what used to be something enormous, each spending their piece as fast as they could. The second factor is division among heirs, and the math of it is quietly brutal. Start with $200 million, divided among 8 children. Each receives $25 million. Now each of those 8 has, say, 4 children on average. That is 32 grandchildren sharing $200 million, or roughly $6.25 million each. Now each of those 32 has 3 children on average. That is 96 great-grandchildren sharing $200 million, or about $2 million each. But that calculation assumes the fortune stayed at $200 million. It did not, because everyone was spending it. So by the 4th generation, you have dozens of people each inheriting what seems like a meaningful sum, but is not nearly enough to maintain the lifestyle they grew up expecting. They are trying to live like their great-grandfather lived, on a fraction of the resources. It does not work. They spend down their inheritance trying to maintain appearances, and their children inherit even less. By the 5th or 6th generation, there is nothing left. This is the mathematical reality of dividing wealth among heirs without preservation structures. Even if nobody spends extravagantly, even if the money is invested wisely, division alone will eventually reduce enormous wealth to modest wealth and modest wealth to nothing. The Vanderbilts had division, plus extravagant spending, plus poor investment decisions, which accelerated the process considerably. The third factor is the spending itself, and some of these numbers bear sitting with for a moment. Alva Vanderbilt spent $3 million building a house for the sole purpose of forcing Mrs. Astor to acknowledge her socially. Cornelius II spent $7 million on the breakers, a summer house, used for perhaps 8 weeks a year. George spent $6 million on Biltmore, plus millions more in annual maintenance costs over the decades that followed. These are only the most famous examples. Multiple members of the Vanderbilt family were simultaneously building million-dollar mansions, throwing parties that cost tens of thousands per evening, and buying European titles for their daughters with multi-million-dollar dowries. None of this was investment. None of it generated returns. It was consumption, pure and simple. Money being converted into limestone and marble and elaborate entertainments and aristocratic connections, none of which paid dividends. And the annual maintenance costs of all those palaces continued consuming capital long after the construction was finished. Biltmore reportedly cost the equivalent of $2 million a year in today's money just to maintain. That is money flowing out, with nothing flowing back in. It is not sustainable regardless of how large the fortune is. The third Vanderbilt generation seemed, in some ways, to be competing with each other over who could spend the most money most visibly. Building larger houses, throwing more elaborate parties, acquiring more expensive art. It was a spending competition where everyone lost, because even $200 million runs out when you are spending it faster than it can generate investment returns. The math is simple, and it is unforgiving. If your spending exceeds your returns, eventually your capital is exhausted. The Vanderbilts spent as though their capital were infinite. It was not. The fourth factor is taxes, and this one arrived quietly but hit with tremendous force. The federal income tax was introduced in 1913, and tax rates increased substantially over the following decades. By the 1940s and 1950s, the top marginal income tax rate had climbed above 90%. If you were earning income from investments, the government was taking 90 cents of every dollar above a certain threshold. That made it extraordinarily difficult for a large fortune to grow, because most of the returns were flowing directly to taxes. Estate taxes were even more devastating, every generation. And there the source notes pause, mid-sentence, the way a long story sometimes does when it realizes it has already said what matters most. Every generation paid, every transfer of wealth from parent to child was taxed, and when a fortune is already being divided, already being spent, and the returns are already being claimed at 90 cents on the dollar, the erosion is not slow. It is steady, and it is thorough, and it does not stop. There is something worth sitting with in all of this. Not the numbers themselves, though the numbers are remarkable, but the shape of the thing. How a man who arrived in 1650 with nothing built something vast enough that it took his descendants a full century to fully dismantle it. How the very size of the fortune gave each generation the sense that it was inexhaustible. How the absence of a single sensible structure, a trust, a family office, a rule about spending, allowed human nature to do what human nature tends to do when left unguided with enormous sums of money. And then at the far end of all that, Gloria, working in her studio, putting her name on jeans, building something small but real and entirely her own. The Commodore built an empire. Gloria built a life. And of the two, only one of those things actually passed something forward. There is something in that worth carrying into the quiet of the night. Not a lesson exactly, just an observation from someone sitting with this story for a long while, that the things which last are rarely the things we expect to last. That resilience is built in harder schools than wealth can provide. And that sometimes losing everything is the beginning of building something that actually means something. The Vanderbilts began with a Dutch servant and a small boat on the waters around Staten Island, sometime around 1650. They ended with Gloria in a studio, working. That is not nothing. That is, in its own quiet way, everything. Sleep well tonight. Wherever you are, whatever you're carrying, the story will still be here in the morning. Sleep well.